the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome back to Criminality. It's TGIF, baby. We are covering the case of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial. And we are on day 17. We left off yesterday with the ME who had finished her testimony. And then we heard some arguments for a couple different things regarding the expert witnesses at the end of yesterday. So I hope you guys are ready for your weekend and ready for Friday. So hi, Lacey. What's up? Hello, hello, Spring. Hi, Laura. Hi, Carla. Hi, Thomas. Hi, Who Dis? Thomas, you catching up on Diddy? That shit's crazy. Hi, Twisted Gemini. Hi, Post Punk Mama. Hi, Indiana Girl. Hi, ATS. Okay, so we're gonna do it's a little unorthodox. Hey, Shaz, we're gonna do it a little unorthodox today, because they are in the middle of arguing in front of Judge Beverly Cannoni, and I was kind of listening, and I want to hear the rest of it. So we have two witnesses that have taken the stand so far. Andre Porto, and he's the one that we talked about the other day with the mitochondrial DNA and the all the DNA from the different items of clothing and so on and so forth. And then we have Ashley Valier, who is she's the one who put all the pieces together of the tail light in the glass. So, I mean, there are going to be two very interesting ones, but I'm kind of stuck in I want to hear them arguing. So, like I said, we're going to be kind of going a little ass backwards, but I don't think you guys will really mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. Okay. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so, with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. she testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. It just no collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had, and I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. Right. There were several defense strategies, and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense.
So for anybody who's just coming in, we have 2 witnesses that have taken the stand so far today. I'm going to rewind and go back to those. But currently, in real time, they are in the middle of discussing the same argument from end of day yesterday. And I think it's imperative to listen to this. This is actually, in my opinion, more important than the testimony of the other 2. Because I have not watched it yet, so I can't answer what actually happens. Please don't do any spoilers in chat. I don't want to know if you already know. But this goes to what we ended with yesterday. So it's that same argument. We will rewind and go back and listen to the DNA guy and the Ashley Vallier, who does the glass pieces. So, but this goes to what we talked about at the end of yesterday, where the Commonwealth is trying to get the ability to have their expert change his entire theory of the case, essentially, based on this time, which Brennan is like, it's just the time drift. It's not a big deal. It's just the clocks don't match. And yeah, it's a really fucking big deal. Legally, it's a really big deal. And so this is the more important in my opinion. So we're going to watch this and then we'll go back to testimony. So for anybody coming in, that's what we're doing. If anybody else comes in chat and tries to figure out what's going on, if you guys could share it, that would be great. I appreciate it.
The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess. I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point. And to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury. And it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them in eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
Fucking mistrial. Talk about a disaster.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They
Oh,
attempt to confuse
fuck.
the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be.
You little
This-
fucking weasel. Yeah, look at your little weaselly face. You're such a fucking weasel, you little fucking piece of shit. Such a weasel.
This has never been a change. The government is not changing their.
You are a liar.
The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses.
You fucking liar.
It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed.
Wait, 12:31:43. I thought yesterday it was 12:31:38.
Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made An improper conclusion is not our fault. This does
No,
not change
you
the testimony of any.
no, your expert made an improper conclusion and decided after finding out that ARCA made the correct conclusion was like, oh shit, I have to sync my information to Whiffin's testimony.
Anybody.
You're a
They
liar.
point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense,
Oh
and
God.
because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their expert's mistake about that variance.
Oh
There's
God.
nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
You're a liar.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time, so I gave you more leeway.
And
So
you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
go right ahead.
So 2 items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made. We believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum, there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presented a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, and he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I
Brennan?
appreciate the clarification.
I'm not sure what he's saying, so.
It sounds like DeBrosia or whatever,
His name is DeSogra, yes.
DeSoder, you,
So God, listen, open your fucking ears, Beverly. Are you paying attention?
You're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
What the fuck did he just say? That conversation I wasn't a part of. That's the conversation I was a part of.
So just so I'm clear, what is it that the
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Which, Dr. Welcher?
She's such a bitch.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over.
Okay, so what yesterday, okay, so what's supposed to happen is that Aperture comes in and testifies in the case in chief, which he did say, I want them to testify to this in my case in chief because we talked about it. So he says, I want them to testify in my case in chief. And then I want ARCA to come in. And then on my rebuttal, I want to bring him back and have him do the rebuttal of those witnesses of ARCA, which is all fine and dandy. The problem was that the Aperture Burgess changed the time on the report based on Whiffen and based on ARCA's report that they had received the day before. And now Brennan yesterday said he wants to bring the change of times into his case in chief, which you can't do. He cannot do that in the middle of trial and change the entire narrative of what the case is. So what Hank is trying to say to Bev now is there is no change. This is all just information, and we're just picking a different piece of information. No, sir. No. Your expert wrote a fucking report and turned it over to the defense, who gave it to their expert witnesses. You are fucking up the system here. So it is a different, I do believe that this is two separate arguments. The whole fact of them coming back, afterward. But he wants to, what he's trying to do is change the theory of the time, or I should say, he's trying to change the timeline of his theory of the case using expert testimony to convince the jury, now that the jury could be possibly questioning, like, holy shit, how was he opening his phone with his face and manually pushing buttons if he's supposedly already dead? And now they're like, well, shit, that's a great point. So that's reasonable doubt and we need to fix it. So we're going to have our expert come in and fix it on our case in chief. Can't do that. That is late. That is late discovery. That is a Rule 14 violation. And if Bev allows it, whether that's just going to be a nightmare. If Karen's convicted, that's going to be a huge error for appeal.
Over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
I agree that's two separate issues. because her issue needs to be, is he allowed to change the time on his expert testimony in his case in chief? That's the biggest question. If he's allowed to do that, this is done, and the defense needs to ask for a mistrial.
There are no changes.
There
There
is-
is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has.
Okay, how about we pull out the first report, we pull out the expert report, we see what fucking time he used, and then when he comes in and testifies to a different fucking time that's not in his report, we can discuss if there's a change in time. Fucking idiot. There is a change. You're just gaslighting the shit, and she falls for it. It's gross.
Change is the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance.
See, and then he keeps trying to put it on like, yeah, identify. This is probably, I probably shouldn't have started with this because it's too early and it's going to get my blood pressure up. He's trying to say that the defense expert made the mistake on the time in their report. The defense expert's report is based off of Burgess's report. So it's keep the circle going. It's still back to Burgess. Burgess made the mistake, and now Burgess wants to fix it based on other people's testimony. Because I'm telling you, he used this variance that they talk about. Hyde testified to that. You remember she was talking about that she used the beginning of it. She used the first time.
Which is helpful and new, and the suggestion has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new, and the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it.
Why are you opposing it?
Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis. In the reports, show us where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
Yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All
Change.
Not
Doesn't fucking care.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
God, she just doesn't fucking care. She's just like, I don't even want to hear what you have to say. All right, so nothing happens after that. We don't hear from her. We don't hear from her what she's gonna do. Okay, so we're gonna go back. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have started with that. It's too early. My blood pressure is already on an all-time high. You guys all know I have a new driver in the house who got his driver's license a few weeks ago. Well, this morning, that driver got in a car accident. 7 o'clock in the morning, blood pressure through the roof.
Fellow jurors, I would ask.
He's okay. He's okay. The car's done. His truck that he got, it's fucking totaled. So, yeah, I mean, he's okay. He's okay. Yeah, no wonder my blood pressure is so high. I know he's okay. He's home. He's home now. He didn't go to school. He ended up coming. My husband ended up picking him up and bringing him home. He something got stuck in his steering wheel and he couldn't turn. Yeah, totaled the truck. He couldn't turn the steering wheel. He crashed into a retaining wall and then tried to back up and ended up backing up into a Prius. So Airbag deployed. Fucking scare the shit. Talk about scaring the shit out of my mom. Like that's just, I can't even explain to you. Can't even explain to you. Like, thank God he was okay. Trucks can be replaced, people can't. That's right. 100%. So I probably shouldn't have started with listening to fucking Weasley Brennan. Okay, let's take a breather. Let's take a breather. Thank you, guys. Yes, he's okay. He is. He probably wouldn't even be happy that I told you. He's like, I can't go to school. People all saw it because it was in front of the school. So he's like, people all saw it. He just got his license. He got his license 3.5 weeks ago. Got his license and we were lucky enough that we were paid. Somebody paid it forward with giving him a truck because about 10 years ago, when we had a lot more money than we do now, we had an extra car, and his sister was pregnant and having a baby and did not have a vehicle. So we just signed over the car to her. And so she'd have a car for her and her baby. And then now, 10 years later, she had her baby daddy got her a new car. And so she had her truck. I mean, the truck is like, 19 years old, but I mean, it still was in good shape and good condition and ran fine up until this morning. And so she gifted it to my son to pay it forward because we didn't expect anything from her back then. So it was very nice. And I mean, it's gone now. Truck, all gone. Bye-bye truck. Hi, Travis. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah. So there was like a solar panel like slide thing that was on the dashboard. And when he went to make a right turn, it slid and got wedged in the steering wheel. And so he couldn't turn back. He couldn't turn the steering wheel back left. And so he just continued to make that right turn and turned into the retaining wall of a restaurant. I don't want to start shit, but I hit a parked car because I messed with the radio and lied my ass off as to how it happened. No, so the solar panel is still wedged in his steering wheel. So T, my daughter is going to start driving soon. I didn't need to hear this. Oh, Thomas. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Well, I can tell you that my daughter was like, I am never driving. I don't ever want to drive. You guys are going to drive me around forever. Yeah, we should have sung some hymnals first. We really should have. But he's okay. That's the most important part to me. That's all I care about. That's all I care about. That's it. Never getting driver's ed. Well, I think it's pretty common that, there's typically an accident that happens fairly quickly after people get their driver's license. I think most people kind of get in some type of little fender bender. They don't normally go right for the retaining walls, but, I raise my kids. You either go big or go home, right? Yeah, she just wants to be the passenger princess. Post one more. I don't care if we live 20 miles. You're going to walk. Okay. All right. So now we're going to go back to the beginning of the day where we get Andre Porto. Have they been using first trial transcript from the first trial to impeach any witnesses? Yes. They've used it to impeach, and they've also used it to refresh their memory.
Ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that, and out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay? Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we
I
turn
agree
the
with
AC
anything
down,
you
please?
say, you fucking weasel. Go away.
Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Watson? She said corner. She said something interesting to the jury after the 3 questions? No. So Trooper Watson? All right, I'm gonna look him up. I think I was just talking, Indiana girl. I'll go back. Yes, from first trial. They can't call it trial though. They keep calling it testimony given last year in a hearing or something like that. They can't call it the trial, even though they have slipped up.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk, don't make any facial expressions, no muttering under your breath, no audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that. And out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, that was interesting. What is she talking about? Do we know what she's referring to? Because they were chuckling at how stupid this red Solo cups were. That's the only thing I can come up with. Okay, so let me go back to where we were. So yesterday in the BK trial, there was a hearing. I listened to the whole thing, even though parts of it were really fucking boring, but there was some really interesting parts in the if you guys are following Idaho 4, he is going to allow it'll be live streamed on the court's website, so it'll be fixed cameras. You'll have the attorneys, you'll have the judge and the witness. He also decided that Dylan and Bethany, the roommates, do not have to be videoed. Just their audio can play, and then he's going to consider that for some of the cops as well. He also made a statement that I thought was very, very interesting that I hopefully will have time at some point to do a live and kind of go through. He made a statement saying that, based on, because it's like essentially one of the last pretrial hearings before the trial. And they were talking about like the weapons, and he was like, okay, obviously there's no guns in this case, so I'm not worried about that. And he was like, and I believe that the knife would be secured in a case. And I was like, what knife? What knife is going to be secured in a case for like safety of like the jury? Because he was like, I don't have to worry about guns being pointed at anybody in the courtroom or whatever. And he's like, and the knife will be secured in a case. I was like, did he just tell us that they have the fucking murder weapon? Did he just tell us they have the murder weapon? And then I was like, maybe they're bringing, I thought that maybe it's a replica, but I'm like, I don't know. It was kind of an interesting comment. Nobody clarified that it was a prop. Nobody clarified anything. So I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe they have the knife. They didn't clarify it, so I just thought it was a very interesting thing. Yes, he said he's going to stream it. It's going to be streamed on the website, on the Idaho website. So then we can stream it outside of that, like just like we did with the hearing yesterday. So he won't have any like court TV or anything. Oh, and they can't call it a dollhouse, which I think they shouldn't have ever started that. I don't even know who did. Did one side or the other say in open court to the judge that one of the jurors is making faces? Can you instruct them? Or did this come out of the blue? Has anyone commented about juror reactions? So some of the reporters have commented on Twitter, but I'm not in open court. No, we have not heard that there was any comments from the Commonwealth or the defense to Judge Bev regarding that. But we did hear that there was some chuckles and some like eye rolling every time they brought up the red Solo cups. So that's what we heard from the reporters in the courtroom. So yeah, I think that most people would have been really fucking pissed. I'm not happy that the witnesses don't have to be on video. They're not minors. Yeah, I think it was Santa. I think he's the one who did it. So anyway, okay, that's the update on the BK stuff. So I don't even know where I was. This is Weasel. Should do the Pauly Shore, the Weasel. Oh yeah, that's the other big thing. We talked about that yesterday on this live though, is that he is going to have a special prosecutor. He said he's okay with getting a special prosecutor to come in and actually interview people with subpoena power to figure out who the fuck is leaking stuff to Dateline. And he's having all the cops hold all their communications. And then he said at the end yesterday that he's also going to have the defense do the same thing. I'm ticked about Crystal Rogers too. But just the first one though, is Steve Lawson for Crystal Rogers. They're not going to stream that, which I wanted to do it, but they're not going to stream that. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to do the other two. This is just one. So kind of went all over the place there. Sorry.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
So we need this marked.
Yes.
Need this map.
Item.
I need this map.
169.
Mr. Lally, you're next with us.
Well, she said she came up to his left from the street. All right. So that could mean that he was either laying with his feet towards the driveway or that his feet are towards the street still. I don't think it really changes it. It could be either way. Hey, Grace Face.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So they're being all nice. Good morning. He's like, oh, hi. Hi there, I guess.
Hey, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could
Lolly.
you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled P-O.
Has anybody else noticed that Lolly fucking yells a lot during this trial? He's so loud. He's so much louder than last year.
RTO.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Scientist one and a forensic scientist.
Target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please.
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you
Yes,
were just
yes.
explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes two types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound.
Is Joanna still here? Joanna, I think we need a new DNA chart. Hey, Anja.
Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those two reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor. And the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case, where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have two copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is, if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So a parent item is, for example, the original item, and the child is a sample of that item. So, for example, this box of tissues would be the parent item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use. And that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Carla.
Now, when you as an analyst or forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and it also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analysts that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number. And the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available to and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is a little detail as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have
Maybe.
a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was
It sounded like Yannetti. Was that Yannetti over there, or was that Alessi?
3G6
Might have been
684. Wait, so, I'm sorry, 3GC 684.
There are a couple names.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yeah, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the taillight. And the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
Poor Lolly's like, I always get the shaft end.
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA.
Did it really end already? Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it looks like they could have.
DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodie Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract
to
was
recall
sent, but
them?
I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodie.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected and STR analysis was not performed.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the genes of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you're referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as far as the genes, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoot, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group search, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as it originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Yannetti.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report. For taillight, there was another item that was item 3-3.1, which is sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included
All
into
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
What item was that? Hold on.
Do you see that item? With regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile.
All right. And that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B. Also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's jeans, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Oh my God, this is so perfect.
Moving on to stains.
Instead of just saying I don't know, he keeps saying over and over again, they could be anybody. It could be anybody. It could be anybody for every single one. Like, this could not be better for Yannetti. He's probably like, I'm gonna keep going with this because this is perfect.
C from the upper right leg of the genes. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of genes that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
Stain D? Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
Right.
With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his genes, who contributed the DNA to who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Oh my God.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the genes, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.6.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir.
Anybody.
Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the genes, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the genes?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
Oh,
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
oh my God.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make this
all
any
right.
more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022?
Well, no, you can't. That's the whole point. It doesn't matter.
So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in
Correct.
your report?
Yep.
with regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors. So it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker, at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
Come on, give it to us.
With regard
Could be
to
anybody.
any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not. Oh,
Sorry.
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Hi, Sleuthie. Hi, Spoogs. Spoogies. What about Colin Albert? Does any of the tested areas not have JOK DNA?
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and
This was a beautiful cross-examination. It couldn't have been. I mean, the defense team, this entire case has really taken all the Commonwealth witnesses and made them defense witnesses, in my opinion.
do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case,
I did.
and you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send
Why?
those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain.
Why? Who did you give the reports to?
Strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now,
Be careful, Lolly.
turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side tail light, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion, sir?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustained.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay. You all set,
Okay.
Mr.
So that was a very good cross. I don't know if Lolly could save it, even if he wanted to. Bottom line is what he's trying to say is that the fingernails only have John O'Keefe's DNA, so this whole got in a fight, did something else is bullshit. Even if there is other people's DNA on the clothes. When Karen Reed is found not guilty, Brennan is going to blame Lolly for this testimony. Just going to say that. Okay, so we have Ashley Valyer's next, but I am going to skip ahead because we have a decision by... Oh, wait, I thought Alessi did her cross. Maybe not. So we're going to skip ahead to the end now. I know today's has been kind of all over the place, and I apologize for that. But like I said earlier, I think this is important. So we'll go back to listen to Ashley Valyer. Yeah, Eddie did both crosses. I think somebody said earlier that Alessi did the second cross.
So before we recess, I appreciate the council provided me with the information. Mr. Alessi, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated in what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination.
What the
Certainly
fuck?
as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that. Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well.
What the
So
fuck?
regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA. So those are my rulings. Your objections are noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
All rise for the court, please.
Wow, she's fucking dirty. That's dirty. So she's essentially just, this is my question to you, Kat. Why is a robust cross-examination a gift? Like, that they're allowed to have a robust defense. So she's just going to be like, you can go back and essentially impeach him on all of his other reports and say, hey, this guy's got, he's changed his time how many times? I just think that's absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. She's fucking shady. So they can just completely change the time based on testimony from prior witnesses and have their experts just change the entire timeline of the case.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Sleuthie.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
None of your fucking
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego and a master's degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now,
yeah, my three sons, they're already done for the day. We're just behind, so we're watching. We have her testimony, and then that's it. So Bev better not sustain one objection. She's going to. I literally can't believe what Bev did today. I shouldn't be surprised, but holy shit. I agree, literally star. Yep.
as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
excuse me. A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
Grace-based, I think that you mean to say, hey, Gaul, hold my white milk. Hold my white milk.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the trace, arson, and explosives unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how is that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times. And then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis as far as a physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot.
She's like, you're an idiot, Lolly.
Has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
Stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand. So it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do.
And how do you do that?
Sounds like he says your
with
analysis.
handwritten notes and with photos.
Your analysis.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10.
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how are each of
several
those items packaged when you received them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times. When you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Yana.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with the list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I
Honor.
Have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Is there any objections to me using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use it.
Thank you, Your
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you label those specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, so the court, so I've shown Mr. Yannetti all these photos in advance.
Okay. Is there an objection to any of them,
There is
Mr.
no
Mayor?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all as evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Next, Blair, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
Again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are covered. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all covered. right?
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. If you have them in sections, we can do that.
This way, I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-5?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're fine. It's just allowed. Yes.
Okay. Piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And you're on the Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
Exhibit 171A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I publish some of those?
Yes.
photos here? Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122.
What did anybody hear what he actually just said on the mic?
And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen? That is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are those same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Valier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We'll give you 2 more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
That's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Colonel Como will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
172 A and B.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921, and then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Two other photographs, you review those. Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931 and then 1934. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lair, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7 dash? What are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag.
They were. I then separated them into two separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item, black straw, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Colonel Palmer will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
74A, 174B.
Now you can.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please,
I'm here.
and then 1962.
Hi, how was field day?
It was fun.
Did he win any prizes, or was it just like to run around and just do stuff?
Yeah, no, they don't have any prizes. There was like 7 stations. They did a really good job like setting stuff up. These little like obstacle courses, I guess. It was cute.
Aw, that's so fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids.
So did you get to see anything that's happened today?
So before I left, I heard the DNA guy, and I think I heard something.
Did you hear Bev reprimand the jury about making faces and talking to each other?
I did.
Okay.
She should mind her own face and her own like comments and whatnot.
And then you saw Andre Porto with the Did you see his direct and his cross?
I did.
Okay, so his cross was really good.
It was, and it's like self-explanatory, but I just thought every time he said, like,
Could have been anybody.
yeah, every time he said it could be anybody, I thought this is not good for the Commonwealth, like, at all, because
That's what
beyond
I
a reasonable doubt doesn't mean all this DNA could be anybody's. You would have thought if they went to all that trouble to get Proctor and Buchanan's DNA, you would have thought that throughout all of this time that they would have also gotten Brian Alberts and at least the 3 people that they knew were catching shade from the defense. So like Brian, Colin, and the other Brian. And then just do it and see if it fucking matches. Like, if you don't think they did nothing, then they shouldn't match, right?
Right.
So I was disgusted to learn about all the DNA on his shoes. I mean, do my shoes got a bunch of people's DNA on it? Because that's really gross.
They do. They do.
That's disgusting. That is disgusting. I mean, I wash my shoes, but ew. Well, no, that can't be true, Teresa, because like Abby and Libby, there wasn't a bunch of DNA on her shoes.
There was a bunch of animal hair on their shoes.
Oh, that's different. That's not people.
And then their DNA was on each other's shoes.
That's bizarre.
And then one of the girls' DNAs was in the other girl's crotch area of her jeans.
Yeah, that's bizarre, man. I mean, and like it's either one way or the other, right? You can't tell me that like it's normal to have a bunch of unknown DNAs on your clothes. Really?
Mm-hmm.
But yet the thing that he was wearing under all the other clothes, his t-shirt, was the only thing that only had his. You see, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. I agree.
So that, oh, well.
Okay, so then did you see the argument between Brennan and Alessi about the yesterday stuff? Did you get to see that before you left?
I was sort of. I almost had a stroke because I was like screaming at my phone, but no one could hear me because we were in a gym. So, and it was loud anyway. I'm like screaming at my phone, waiting for my kid to start. And I'm thinking, am I taking fucking crazy pills? Like, am I living in crazy world? How is he saying that he's not? He literally yesterday said, Hank did, that he was going to make this his case in chief. Well, then today, she's like, that's not how I understood it. Is it, Mr. Brennan? And all of a sudden, he's like, oh, no, yeah, it was going to be like rebuttal after they. And it's like, sir, that is not what you said.
He's a gaslighting piece of shit. He's such a fucking weasel. He's such a fucking weasel. So when I started, I fast forwarded to the argument. Like, so I went straight to that first. And then I went back to watch the beginning. So that's why we're kind of all over the place. So then we listened to Andre Porto, and then we went and listened to her decision. So have you heard her decision?
I heard that on my way home. I'm disgusted.
Yep, absolutely. And now we're back to watching Ashley. So I think pretty good for you that this is the witness you haven't seen, and this is where we're at.
Yeah, and I was home basically right at 1:30, like I said I would be, and I stopped for iced coffee.
Nice.
But like, I'm not surprised. I used to say this about Gaul all the time, where like, I'm not surprised, but I'm also surprised. Like,
right.
Like I expect the worst of you. So when you do the worst, I'm like, okay, well, I expected the worst of you. But at the same time, it's like when you're waiting for a decision and you're trying to learn about all these different things, you're talking to different lawyers and they're explaining and like unanimously, it's like, there's no way she's going to do that. That would be literally outrageous. And then she goes and does it. It's like, you're still surprised. It's like, so I'm like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, this bitch brought poor little old Dr. Russell from across the fucking country 2 different times to have Hank ask her stupid ass questions. She had Arca come from an entirely different state to ask them dumbass questions about emails and phone calls and text messages and nothing about what they were actually going to testify to. But yet something like this she doesn't think that anything is necessary besides somebody in here, I don't remember who it was, and I know you agreed, said, why is she acting like robust cross-examination is a gift? That's exactly what she's doing. She's like, I'm going to maybe not sustain all of his objections while you cross-examine him. Like, I was going to sustain like 100, maybe I'll sustain like 97.
Yeah, I'll give you a
some
break.
leeway.
I'll
Yeah.
give you a break. I hope they request a mistrial. They need to have it at least on the record. She's not going to grant it, but it needs to be on the record, in my opinion.
The overwhelming opinion of the lawyers that I've spoken to is that they should absolutely move forward with a motion for a mistrial with prejudice.
100.
And my thing was, could that come back and bite them in the ass? Like, if they file a motion for a mistrial with prejudice, is it possible for her to come back and say, I'll give you the mistrial, but without prejudice?
Well, I don't. At this point, it doesn't matter. She's not going to. I don't know. Unless they feel like they're like they'd have to take the chance. I still think it needs to be on the record.
Dude, does this not feel like? Does this? Am I the only one that feels?
She's not going to give him a mistrial anyway. She's not even siding with them at all. She could give two shits about them.
I know, but it feels like Brennan. Is it possible he was trying to force a mistrial here because he knows that his case is just trash right now? Like he got surprised by things that he like wasn't expecting. Like, is it possible he's trying to force that? You know what I mean?
Last time I kind of thought like is Lolly trying to fucking tank his own case.
Well, tanking it is one thing, but you're going to be hard pressed to try to get me to believe. But somehow Beverly like eats it up like she does margaritas. Like, I would be hard pressed to believe that out of the clear blue sky, your expert who needs to talk to you before completing work because they need to make sure A, they're going to get paid, right? And B, that it's going to be okay when you come in to testify to this new information. There is absolutely no fucking way that Hank Brennan didn't know shit about this report until it landed in his lap.
I was surprised.
Oh, he's like, yeah, we were not expecting a report, but of course, like I was going to use it. Sir, what? You're going to tell me that Burgess, the male Shannon, just took it upon himself to do whatever it is that he did, all the testing that he did to be able to come to whatever bogus ass conclusion he has now made, and wrote up a whole ass new report and just delivered it to you without asking first?
He was trying to say that Burgess's initial information was wrong because of the defense expert. Like, how does anybody buy that? The defense only goes after the Commonwealth. So they're only going to take what the information is delivered from the Commonwealth.
And she literally said in her decision that Alessi can cross-examine Burgess. Oh yeah, Man Shannon, he can cross-examine Man Shannon on the report, the new report, and the timing of it, and what is the exact word she said? The violation of the sequestration, the sequestration order. So are you saying you agree he violated the sequestration order? Because I mean, you really should, because his panties were in a complete knot over the fact that the DOJ was calling ARCA to talk about Trooper Dumbass and the stupid shit he was saying on the stand. It was like, I can't believe they did that in violation of the court's order. Yet Man Shannon somehow knows what Whiffen was saying. And Man Shannon originally used Whiffen. This is what I don't understand. Man Shannon's first report, the one that the defense has, is based off of Whiffen's report. So what the fuck did Whiffen say in his testimony that's not in his report that Man Shannon felt like he now needed to go back and change it?
I think that this is what I was trying to say yesterday, is I think they used Hyde's information.
You know what sucks is on cross-examination, it's going to hit totally different. You know how these jurors think, right? So the defense can say, oh, did you write a new report on whatever? And the jury is going to sit there and be like, oh, see, so they're not prepared, or their expert just must not have said exactly what they wanted him to, and now they have to try to discredit. This is all a distraction. It's all smoke and mirrors because it's cross-examination. No, he wasn't watching Whiffen. He just happened to put it all together this week. Duh. Absolutely not. It's not even about Whiffen, I don't think. I think it's Argo. Listen, Hank Brennan, his Nancy Grace is Arca. So Nancy is my arch nemesis.
Arca is his.
And Arca is his. Arca is his Nancy Grace. And he doesn't care. I literally was thinking about this yesterday, Teresa. Like this whole time, I'm like, why would they bring in a defense attorney, number one? Because we know that they bring in like special prosecutors to deal with the turtle and all that stuff. It's always a prosecutor. Like it's a special prosecutor from wherever. They're not defense attorneys. I'm like, why did they bring in a defense attorney? Who is this clown? It's not like he's someone like famous, you know? And then there was the Whitey Bulger thing. And I'm like, okay, but like how good of an attorney is he? Like he lost. So like what, like, he's not even that good of an attorney. Whitey Bulger's in prison. So I'm like, where did they get this dude? And why? And so it all came to a head for me yesterday. And I was like, I know exactly why they picked him. And they pushed Lally to the side and he is now a potted plant. It's because Hank will do anything. He doesn't care. He will literally do anything. And Lally was willing to, you know, if law enforcement came to him and was like, no, we definitely towed the car at 5:13 or 5:30, right? He's just gonna be like, okay, like I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna say, yep, they said that it was a 5:30, and then when it comes out that it wasn't and it was at 4:12 or whatever, he's like, oh, it was a Scrivener's error. Like Lally's dumb in that way. He's willing to do things like that in that way. But Hank Brennan is literally willing to do absolutely anything. He's willing to lie. He's willing to change stuff. He's willing to manipulate. He's manipulating the judge and she's sitting there and we're watching it. How embarrassing.
If she doesn't seem to see it or she doesn't seem to care.
She doesn't. But
he's lying. He's lying.
When you're being gaslit, when you're being gaslit, you don't see it. And so I think she's being gaslit. I don't know how. I mean, you're a judge. Like you should be beyond gaslighting, don't you think? I mean, I personally think that. I mean, any lawyer would try to gaslight you.
I don't know. I feel he's so manipulative.
It's so bad. It's so gross.
I can't wait until he's found not guilty and Lolly can make fun of him. That's all I want. I want Lolly to be able to be like, I got 6 to think she was guilty of something. You got nobody, you fucking idiot.
I do want that for Lally.
I do. I want it for, I don't even like Lolly. I want it for Lolly.
Me either. Like, I want Lally to be standing there with his face beat red when the jury comes in and says not guilty. And I hope he looks at Hank and knocks the glasses off his face and says, booyah! Because I bet you he would.
I want him to blow smoke circles in his face. Smoke rings at him.
He'll leave that day and everybody will be throwing packs of cigarettes at Lally.
Yay for Lally. Oh, crap.
I can't. I don't know. Lawyer, says he has a lot of things to say about it. I don't know when he's going to.
Oh, I'll watch his later. Dude, I was so tired yesterday from being on here for like 8 hours or 7 and however long we were on here. And then I went and watched I watched Lawyer You Know's recap on Karen Reed because I like to watch that. I was
Mhm.
watching Bob
Oh,
with I was watching Bob and Allie, who had Bettero on, and that was, I mean, that was really good.
Yeah.
I cooked dinner, made dinner, cleaned up dinner, and then I sat down and watched the fucking 3.5 hour hearing on Idaho 4.
I haven't. I need to, so I don't want to hear about it.
Okay, well then don't rewatch my stream because I already talked about it. Some of it's really boring and just it is what it is, but I mean it's definitely worth the watch in my opinion. And then I was still catching up on all the Diddy stuff from yesterday. My husband's like, "Do you want to watch TV?" I'm like, "I don't know. I want to close my eyes and not look at a fucking screen ever again in my life after today."
Did you see the video that I posted this morning on Twitter?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Oh, well, I'll send it to you in your messages. It made me laugh first thing this morning. It's like literally, it's every man ever. So yeah, so now we have this boring. Oh, and I think the egg has one more hole. I did take a picture. I'll send it to you. But wait,
I did watch it at 2x speed, and there was still parts of it that were pretty boring.
Here's my problem with this, with Valier's testimony is, and I think it's on purpose, where they use all these numbers, and so you don't really know like what the fuck they're talking about. So like he'll be like, "What does 7-13 match 7-3?" And she'll be like,
"Right,
"It
they really fucked this up last time."
Well, she's supposed to have a chalk. Where's that at?
I don't know. Did they ever approve for her to have one?
Yes.
I don't even know if they did. I don't remember that. And then, but so I thought that Yannetti did a great job, and I'm hoping he does kind of the same thing with her, with Porto, where he said the number, but then he explained exactly what it was, really slow, how many contributors there were, and one was John, who were the other ones. I mean, he did it very meticulous.
Yeah.
And so if he does the same thing here, I think they'll grasp it a lot better than like last year. It was all over the place. It was tough to even like track what they were saying. But I felt like Yannetti kind of brought it back home, and they didn't cross that Porto guy last year.
So I have something that might help.
Let me go read it, please.
I don't know if I finished it. Let me see. I have a folder called MSP lab items, and I wrote what they are, but I don't know if I add. Yeah, see, I didn't like add all the pictures in all of them. But like a key would be really helpful. So like when you say item 7-3.1, that's a stain from the right instep of the sneaker. You know what I mean? Like that would be really helpful. So, oops, sorry.
You're good.
Oh, the defense does have a chalk?
Okay. Yeah, we haven't finished that yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it.
He did her cross last year. There wasn't very much to it. So I'm wondering how he's going to do this time. But all right, well, let's just watch it. We'll see what happens. I think that like I said, I thought they did a great job with Porto, so I'm assuming they're going to kind of break it down just like that.
Yeah, they really should, like I just said, because otherwise, like, well, he did really well with the clothes too. So as long as they do it like that. Oh, and that she does the glass and stuff too, right? So that image that I gave you the other day from Brandy.
Yes.
See, like if they had a thing like that, that would be great.
She's the one who's gonna. Yeah, she's the one who's gonna. So I asked Joanna to make us a little DNA chart thing, and glass thing like she did for Delphi.
Yeah.
So she's gonna put that together. I was trying to find her some good pics of the shoes. If you have good pics of the shoes, you can drop them in the.
His shoes?
Yeah, Karen Reed's.
Oh, I
chat.
do.
I don't have good pics of his shoes.
I have the ones of them in the lab.
Yeah,
like from all angles, literally.
Yeah, if you can drop that in the that'd be great.
Okay.
The Karen Reed. The Karen Reed. The you know.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
All right. So we talked too fast. I didn't know.
I put the pants. I put the sweatshirt. I put the orange shirt. That's it. That's all I put in there.
Okay. I could put all the shoes that I have.
Okay.
All right. I'm done ranting, I think, for now.
No, I'm good. I'm glad you're here. My blood pressure was pretty high this morning, so I was like, it was a really bad idea to go straight to listening to Brennan argue, because I was like, this piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like right off the bat, I was just pissed.
My tolerance is just, I mean, I just don't have any anymore for him. Because I'm just absolutely disgusted.
Yes. I was like, you little weasel.
I hope that when he leaves today, oh, well, it's over now. So then maybe on Monday when he leaves, every day from now through the end of this trial, I am going to pray, or I do pray in the mornings. I'm going to include in my prayers every morning that Hank, when he's leaving court, trips down the steps and they catch it on TV. I hope it's caught by every news station that they allow to be out there.
That would be his karma. Yeah, she does. I messaged her about it.
100%. Yeah, she got the normal mom answer.
Yeah.
As long as he's not hurt. Yeah. I've always said that, and I'm like, dude, there ain't no way that you don't care that I just rolled your minivan, ma'am.
I could care less about
until I became a mom. Yeah, and then I'm like, I get, as long as everybody's safe.
Exactly how it is. So he called me apparently, but I didn't have my phone. I was brushing my teeth. And then he called his dad, and his dad apparently didn't answer, or he called whatever when he called first. So he was smart enough, and he called the police to have them come out. And I'm like, okay, that's good.
That's good. He wasn't scared to, like, in terms of he didn't want to get in trouble with anybody, and then just didn't call. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then either his dad called him back or whatever. So then my daughter came in the bathroom while I was brushing my teeth, and she's like, I think Jake got in an accident. And I'm like, what?
He called everybody.
And so then I hear my husband on the phone with him, and my husband's just like, going through the motions of, well, what happened and how did this and what did this? And I'm like, is he okay?
Right.
Like stop talking about anything else.
Yeah.
And tell me right now if he's okay. And then I'm it's like half dressed, and I'm like grabbing my purse. I'm like, I'm leaving. I'm going to him. And then I realized, I'm like, okay, I'm probably not the right person to go. So I'm like, Mike, get your shit together. You go. I'll take both kids to school. My 16-year-old got in an accident this morning. For anybody who didn't hear that story. Yeah. So yeah, it was. So my blood pressure was already high, and then I was trying to get home. He came home for the day. He did not go to school. My husband brought him home with him, and so I came and checked on him, and then I started the live, and then I was like, let's fast forward to the Brennan, the Brennan Alessi argument in front of Bev to see how that goes. And I was like, this is a bad idea. I'm gonna have a fucking stroke because I'm losing my shit right now.
Well, it's better than like calming down and then them getting you all wound up again. Is he like scared to drive? Like that was the only bad accident that I got in, but it was like really bad. Like rolling is really scary. It's like not like it is sort of like the movies, but it's like not cool at all.
Yeah, he did. But I think it's scary. I mean, the airbag deployed.
And they hurt so bad.
He definitely was scared. So there was, and I said this earlier, so some of you guys are going to hear this, or I've already heard this, but there was like a little solar panel thing on the dashboard. And when he made the turn, it slipped off and wedged into the steering wheel. So he was turning right. Yeah, he was turning right, and he could not compensate to turn left. So he continued, the truck kept turning right, and it went into like a retaining wall outside of a restaurant.
Oh my God.
And then he tried to back up to get away from it, and then he backed into a Prius.
Oh my God.
So yeah.
Nothing on the dash ever.
Yeah, but the thing is like the truck's like 19 years old. That thing has been there forever. So like I don't know what happened or like why it would have slipped. It's like not something that anybody has ever been. It was just like a fluke.
Yeah.
It's never been an issue.
Well, you know what they say, like God makes weird shit happen, so like other shit doesn't happen. Like it's entirely possible that was like, I'm gonna get in the way of this so that like you don't get down the road and something worse happens. So
we were like, you should have like slammed on your brakes, and he just hasn't been driving long enough to have that like quick.
For sure.
Yeah. So he's just like, what the hell is going on and why can't I turn? And so he should have slammed on the brakes right then. He probably wouldn't have hit anything. He would have been like up on the grass or whatever. But
Dude, there's people who have been driving out here for 40 years and they still don't know how to drive. You know what I mean?
All right, my first accident was 4 days after I got my license and went off a bridge, landed nose first in a creek bed in the late 80s. Oh, in a late 80s Sentra. No airbags, bruise across my chest for a month from the seatbelt. Holy shit. See, that's scary. So he did say that. He said the only thing that hurts was his chest from the seatbelt.
That does hurt. The airbag is horrible. I like when we went to the
airbag didn't bother him apparently. I was like, really? Like,
oh, that's crazy. He must sit way far back. I mean, he must sit so far back.
I sit further back. He's taller than me, and I sit further back in the car than he does.
Dude, I have never.
Like he's brand new, so he still does like he's a brand new driver, so he still does like the 10 and 2, 9-3. You know what I mean? Like he's still very like sits up straight. Like here I am, like lazing back, got my arm out the window, driving with a finger.
I don't get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't understand it then because so it hit me obviously, but like also I was not wearing a seatbelt, and so when it rolled, like I flew all around the van, but when I initially hit, because somehow I managed to hit this telephone pole directly in the center of the van, and the pole split in half horizontally.
Jeez.
And then the back end, the bumper end of the van came up in the air and went over the top of the pole that was split in half. And so the airbags did deploy because right when I hit it, they started to deploy and then everything was in like slow motion. But it hit me so fucking hard in my face. Like the entire time we were at the hospital, I'm like, my nose has to be broken. And my mom was like, your nose they said it's not broken. I'm like, dude, it feels like it's the size of my entire face. I've been hit in the face with baseballs. I have never been hit in the face that hard as that airbag smacked me in my face. And then come to find out a couple of years after that, I had to have surgery for a deviated septum. It may not have broken my nose. It fucked my nose up.
Jeez.
But after that accident, I was like scared to get in the car for just a little bit. Oh, and then super funny. So do you remember a phone called a Juke?
No.
It was, Google it right now. It was the most weirdest phone I've ever seen. It's like a small rectangle that like flips upward. It looks like a little stick. That's really all that it looks like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do remember this.
Okay, so I
didn't remember the name of it.
Yeah, so that's the phone that I had at that time.
For anybody
This little tiny, teeny tiny phone. Yep. It's very small.
I do remember that.
I had a red one. And so
at the same time I had my chocolate.
Yeah. The old phones. Now I have to have the biggest phone there is. Like I have the biggest iPhone that exists. So, but I didn't have my phone. Like so I landed on the roof and somebody had dragged me out, and then the van got flipped back over onto its wheels, put on a tow thing, and towed to the tow place. So after a couple days later, like when we got out of the hospital, we went to go look, and 2 things we found in that van. You want to know what they were?
What?
So after all that, after rolling multiple times, then having to be rolled back over to get on the tow truck and then towed over. I mean, it was smashed to pieces. Like, thank God I always wear my seatbelt now, but like when we looked at the roof, like, thank God I was not wearing it. Because if I would have been stuck in my seat, like there's no way it wouldn't have crushed my head. Like, I mean, the van was half its size. But the 2 things that we found, and they were literally on the floor in the front seat, like kind of somewhat tucked at the mat in the floor. One was that phone, and it was fine and it worked. And the other was the mass card from my aunt when she died.
Wow.
Yeah, like the prayer card that we give people. It's like laminated. Yep.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, no, the phone was perfectly fine. The phone
The phone and the prayer card.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's weird.
Accidents are scary.
Yeah. Definitely. I definitely worse when it was my kid. I'll tell you that.
For sure. And it's not even them, and they don't get it. Like, they don't get that. Like, they could be a great driver. It's like, okay, like, that's great. You're a great driver.
Right.
Like, wonderful. But it's like other people that I'm worried about. That's like,
Yeah,
when I'm
other
driving,
people
I'm
are
more worried
idiots.
about everybody else.
Yeah, other people are idiots. Give him ice cream. Everybody's like, give him. He's not the ice cream kid, but give him some ice cream. Like, you can have ice cream all day, Jake.
Yeah, for sure. Done.
He's gonna have to drive again soon. Yeah, because he's otherwise now I'd be back to having to take and pick up more kids, and he gets out of school at like 12:40. So that's really gonna fuck with my timeline of watching a trial. So he's gonna have to drive again. I'm like, we're gonna have to figure it out. His truck is done though. Truck is
Yeah, but she's right though. He needs to, like, as quick as possible, get back into a car.
yeah. So he doesn't
Because-
get traumatized from it.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let's listen to the rest of her testimony. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I won't be able to pause.
And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
A piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want the suit to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll call both the suit to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 176A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos, if you could look at those. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll call both the seek to introduce and admit as the next
Okay.
exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 177A and 177B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll look to seek to introduce the next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the item removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 179A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Valier, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A and B.
180A and 180B.
Has anything exciting happened? Sorry, I had to make lunch for the oldest child. Anything exciting? What, if anything exciting has happened since I stepped away? Negative, okay.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Can I speed it up?
2077.
Can I speed them up or no? What are you guys thinking? Like 1.25,
Yeah.
1.5? What can I go to?
You could
What are you guys thinking? Like 1.25?
you could try 1.5. I don't think it's going to make it any less understandable.
Please.
Okay, let's see.
Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Item 7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I have to go get a charger. Oh, never mind. It's right here.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036 and 2040.
Blood on the inside and the outside of John's sweatshirt. Did I miss something? No, I think it's just that it went through, and that's what ends up on the orange shirt. But somebody
Yes.
correct me. Yeah, somebody. I was like, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just because it went through his shirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little.
No, I'll go look, Indiana girl.
And Ms. Valer, if you could, please describe to the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, with respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them, as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all the 7- items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items, as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her note,
Yes.
as the thank you.
Yes, 4 of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A.
Okay, so the puncture holes on the arm, shouldn't there be blood from the red-brown stains?
Yeah.
I'm like, was there not? Because I thought there was, but maybe I missed.
No.
I'm going back to Porto. Okay,
Mm-mm.
there was, right?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember any blood around those holes.
They didn't test for. I'm trying to go back to Porto's. Oh, that's the wrong one. Wrong guy. There he is. Okay. Into jeans. That's jeans. 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 Gray hoodie, right sleeve, center front. They swapped the center front, the back left, the back right, and the back right bottom. Okay.
So what about around the holes?
All one contributor matched John. I don't know if they specified that. I'm looking at last year's testimony too, just FYI. And so he says they swapped the right sleeve, the center front, the back left, the back right, the back right bottom. And all of them were only John. So they didn't say that there wasn't anything on the sleeve. They said all of them had John. So I'd have to go back to today's and see how he testified. I had to go back and see how he testified today about it. And then Grayspace has a suggestion for you, which I think that's a pretty good idea. I don't know if you thought about that. I was thinking about your spreadsheet. It would be interesting to have an evidence collection timeline with when they were collected by who and when the chain of custody starts.
So like the witness interview one, like that, separate from everything else.
Yeah, like a separate tab just for like, you know, taillight piece XYZ found by Proctor alone on 210.
Yeah, I could do that.
Is there already a spreadsheet from last year about the DNA? Has any, who is like, I know tons of people follow the case, so somebody's probably made a spreadsheet just on the DNA itself, like I did for Delphi.
I don't know.
If not, I'm going to make one probably especially since we have a short day. And then Indiana Girl said to go look at chat. Oh, okay. Let me see. Okay, so Howie Carr, who covers the Karen Reed case, posted breaking is Auntie Bev feuding with the jury. Earlier this AM, she admonished the jury as to how to react to evidence. Never heard a judge say such things in America. But then we're not in America, we're in Norfolk County. Now I get a tip from someone in the quote unquote know who I've known for a long time. Here it is. Take it for what it's worth. Good morning, Howie. If you've noticed, Cannoni has dramatically changed her demeanor during the last several days, for far less hostile to the defense attorneys, a little hesitant to automatically sustain a Commonwealth objection. This information is third hand, so here goes for what it is. The word is that the jury sent her a note through a court officer that they want her to stop automatically sustaining all of the Commonwealth's objections because the jury, felt it was unfair and they wanted to hear the witness answer. This information has come from a court officer, hence her change in judicial demeanor. I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I'm hesitant to believe that.
I am too. That's it. You and I can notice how appalling this shameless second generation hack has been behaving, trying to save the greasy ass of her BFF, the DA Meatball Morrissey. But the important thing is for the jury to realize that this is kangaroo court, a star chamber. I hope my informant is correct. I am going to politely say I doubt they are. I mean, and if they are correct in that they did say something to Bev, I don't think that's going to change anything that Bev does. So I would want it to be true, but I don't know if it would be true that her actions wouldn't reflect that, in my opinion. Yeah. And then if she, she's going to come in and then reprimand the jury today, maybe that's a snapback. I don't know. I just don't think it's going to change anything she fucking does. I mean, it did. It just, I don't think it would. No, DG, you're fine. That's what we're here for. We want to have combos. I just don't. I have no good answer for you on whether you can see it or not. Let me go pull up the sweatshirt real quick and see what we see.
See what? Like blood on the holes?
Yeah. Can you see dried blood on the sleeve?
Are we talking about the whole sleeve, or are we talking about like the holes, which
the
in
whole
theory?
bar. Hey, Nanya.
I mean, there's a lot of exhibits from the long sleeve. It's exhibit 190 through 230. So there's 40 exhibits of the sleeve.
This one, I mean, right here it looks like there's some staining.
Yeah, but where on the sleeve is that?
There's a hole, and then there looks like there's some staining. Where on the sleeve? I don't know. I can't tell you that. No, that one you can't really see anything. I mean, they fucking don't know how to take a goddamn picture either. So, I mean, we have to go with that. I mean, there's some discoloration here, but is it anything of value?
And we do know that just because it's red brown doesn't mean that it's blood, because
right. Well, here's some discoloration in the pic. Yeah, is it just the fucking photo that's trash?
Right.
because they don't know how to take a good photo.
Like a PowerPoint for this stuff would have been really helpful. So like do a far away thing of the hoodie, let's say, and then like a slide where you circle the spot you're about to talk about and say, we swabbed this spot right here and this is what we found. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They don't go through it like that though. See, like
Plus,
I could see discoloration. I cannot tell you if it's the lighting or if it's, I mean, like, look at how dark this one is compared to this one. Like, how do you not have even consistent lighting for your fucking photos that you're taking in the crime lab? Look how bright that one is compared to that one.
I'm sending you, this is the full right sleeve.
This is the chest.
They obviously cut that. So
she did, Nunya. She's gonna let him have it. She's letting Brennan bring in whatever garbage he wants to.
was 199 the one that you just had up a little bit ago?
I mean, I can have it up, I think. This is your Google Drive. If it's in there.
That one. No. Yeah. So that does kind of look like, but again, the whole center of it looks like it could be a discoloration, but like maybe it's also not.
Yeah, I have no idea. There's that one. That tells you, like, so when you're going in closer, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. And he only held it up to the jury for like half a second.
Well, yeah, and in this trial, it's in that fucking plexiglass, so that's weird too.
I really do personally think that was to make it so that they couldn't really see the holes and stuff in it.
Probably. I'm surprised that the defense allowed that. They didn't object to that.
I am too.
All right, let's get through her.
Okay.
B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F. How are they labeled, and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention, item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So the item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I packaged it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic red and black recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to, lastly, for this purpose, item 7-16, a piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, just contained within the pieces of that single item, 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
That's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see that here in about 15 minutes. Thanks for letting me go ahead and walk over back to jurors. And can I see counsel for a minute, please?
We already watched all that. He goes through the pieces within one bag and asks if they were matches, but doesn't ask if they to the larger taillight. Or yeah, no, it sucks.
Closing session, please be seated.
Yes, Chrissy. All right, so Mix Valera, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Valier, we talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
I'm telling you, when she's found not guilty, Brennan is going to blame Lolly based on the testimony of these two witnesses.
Yeah, probably.
It's your fault. You fucked it all up, Lolly.
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
2 pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with 2 pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those 4 pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Mr. Lear, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11?
So 1 piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with 1 piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those 2 pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Mr. Lear, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those 3 items?
So 2 pieces from item 7-8, 1 pieces C and D, 1 piece from item 7-9, piece A, and 1 piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Mr. Lear, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags, as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item passenger side tail light, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16?
What the fuck is he
I
doing?
heard them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay.
Yeah, rename all
2 pieces
the-
from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
Why in the world do you
May I
choose?
approach, Ron?
This is ridiculous. This is the worst way to. She's not making any points to anybody. Nobody knows anything. Something matches something. Something else matches something.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, we know exactly what you mean, man.
Next, exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections to me?
No objection, Ron, thank you.
182A and C.
And may I publish, Ron?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Mr. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 dash, all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
Those are the ones that I've labeled 7 dash, all of those. She's like, don't fucking make me say it again. I don't want to say it again. 7 dash, all of those.
7 dash all of those.
Yeah, 7 dash, all of those. Or, you know, that's all I'm going to say.
Damn, ma'am, you just got here. You're tired already?
I'm tired of listening to the 7 dash, 7 dash, 7 dash.
She knows this is bullshit.
Do I have to tell you this again? 7 dash, all those. All those ones you've already said 10 times, Lolly.
He's about to rattle them all out again.
He's like, so this is 7 dash 1, 7 dash 2, 7 dash 5,
Yep.
7 dash 7, and 7 dash 25.
He's gonna say it like every time she does
And
it.
as far as earlier, you
ridiculous. He bothers me.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna say it every time she doesn't.
I think maybe I
And
feel
he
like
thinks that-
I like Lolly better because he's so quiet this time. But then when he gets up to actually do any type of direct, I'm like, sit down.
He's gonna he thinks that, so he'll rattle it off every time she doesn't because he thinks somehow that clarifies for the jury.
The jury needs to hear. 7
Not
dash-
to mention, like, ain't there pieces that didn't even match to the taillight? So where the fuck did that plastic come from?
Yeah, there's definitely extra pieces.
I mean, that's weird.
were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that
Label
you
maker.
label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
No, I can't
And,
see that at all.
Where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
Where the fuck they at? Oh, I see them.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between item 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13,
Damn it, Lally.
7-14, 7-15, and 7-16. correct?
Lally.
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Okay, so where'd they come from?
And if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown. And on the left side is item 3-1.
How come he can't say her name right?
Lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151.
Lastly? Okay.
We could zoom in on that item. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Miss Lear.
That's that right piece on top of the taillight from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the taillight housing, and all of the various pieces that were found at 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean,
Take that down.
it's even more sus to me than anything else that
Lear,
one huge
lastly,
piece
in
of
reference-
gold. Like if I was the jury, I'd be like that. How did they find all these pieces and put this back together, but didn't happen to find even one piece from that spot that's missing? I mean, that don't make any sense.
No.
Makes zero sense.
Hey, Paula. Hey,
Don't
Tito.
forget to go back down to 1 when she is on.
Oh, I will. Yeah. Hey, Angie, baby.
Did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lobster.
What did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So there's 5 different items.
With Mr. Corner.
Who's Mr. Lobster?
Oh shit! I forgot to look up Trooper Watson.
I did. I only found one guy and he's retired. He was retired before John even died. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're saying, what they're talking about.
Why would he be there?
Well, he wouldn't.
Was he a trooper or was he a paramedic?
He was a trooper. I think I just sent the picture.
But she testified that his name was Mr. Corner from the list.
I don't know how. I mean, we don't have a choice because they've stipulated to it. So obviously whatever was shown to them was enough for the defense to believe that it was this Trooper Watson or whatever. But
they said he was from CSSS. What the hell is that? And I don't even remember all those letters.
Crime Scene Services, something or other.
Specialist.
CSSS.
She said Keefe and Connor. I think she said Corner, but
That's
I'm
definitely
going Corner. Crime Scene Services section.
Yeah, it's definitely him.
But he was retired?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'll send you some articles or whatever.
Choking my own spit. Sorry. Damn.
Well, that's terrible. That's horrible.
Yeah, it just comes out of nowhere. No
Yeah, I
control.
hate that. I think it's because we talk too loud.
Probably. Maybe I should whisper. How do you spell the last name? Watson?
WATSON. Watson. We're not making fun of you.
I am. Because I'm actually kind of making fun of me because I don't even know if that's the name you wanted spelled.
Yeah, Watson.
She's like, thank you.
Jesus, asshole.
From Crime Scene Services section.
Items,
Indiana girl, you think there has to be another one, but find them.
labeled as coming from the clothing.
Because I can't find them.
There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Are there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Brian Watson.
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those are all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
I just heard thunder again. Every time I hear like another
The
storm
piece of
coming.
apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once
Wait,
you had
is that the
conducted your
debris in the
preliminary-
shirt? Is that the debris in the shirt?
Yeah, that's the debris in the shirt.
That's not microscopic. If you can measure it, 1/16 of an inch and what? That's not microscopic. Microscopic is like, I can't see it until I have a microscope. Oh, see, Gray Space knows. No, Teresa, I'm looking at a ruler right now. It is not microscopic.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at Watson. I'm still stuck on Watson.
Brian.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Well, Brian Watson was retired in 2019.
That's what I'm saying. So why would he be at John
I'm trying to find a
O'Keefe's
picture of
office?
him.
I sent one in the chat today.
You did?
He looks, yeah, he looks like he's a baldy. He's like in his suit. He's in his outfit. I was gonna send it. There, I just sent it to you too. He's the guy closest to the car on the left.
Okay, so then it's got to be this same guy that I'm looking at over here.
Okay, but still, that does not explain. Keith said he was by himself. Unless that guy, unless Watson was there not as a trooper. Like maybe he retired as a trooper and then like wanted to help out with autopsies. You know what I mean?
It says Brian Watson. I've thoroughly enjoyed my career. This is in 2019. That's Brian. It looks like that says Brian Connors.
Oh, so maybe that was Mr. Connor.
Hold on. I'm confused. Because that looks like the same dude. Why the fuck is everybody named Brian?
Did he change his name?
No, it may just be bringing up somebody else that happens to look like him, but it's weird that it's also a Massachusetts State police officer, but he looks just like the other guy from the other photo.
So we have this rando that's not been on anybody's witness list, and he was at the autopsy, but the lead investigator wasn't, nor his supervisor.
I'm curious how they proved to the defense this Watson character was that guy.
Me too. But they had to have been satisfied.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's weird that this Brian Watson and this Brian Connors look very similar to each other, but they're not the same person.
I found an Anthony Watson too, but he died in 2008, so it can't be him. Why didn't Brennan tell us like his whole name?
I don't know.
Like Trooper Watson, like that's a.
I can't. Yeah, I can't see. Is he a Massachusetts State Police crime scene sector section?
He's been dead since 2008.
Anthony Watson has.
Yes.
Okay, that he doesn't count then. Well, maybe that's why he was at the autopsy. And why Keith thinks that nobody was there.
Maybe he's just maybe he was what do they call it when they do the deers and stuff?
When they do the deers?
Yeah.
Like
taxidermy.
That's what I was gonna say, but I was like, wait, what? Oh,
Maybe she taxidermied him.
They keep him in the room where they do the autopsies.
To scare away any intruders.
This is former state trooper. Oh my god, that's so bad. Oh shit.
Analysis of those items. Where did those items go?
That's who was talking to Trooper Paul at the
I
crime
did
scene.
another examination on this myself.
I wonder even.
Christina Hanley might have examined.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Oh, thank God you have nothing further, Lally.
This is so fucking much better. I totally understand what's happened now and how it matches all the evidence. Trooper Paul has the crime scene that talks to him because the crime scene told me. So the crime scene said. And why Keith thinks he's at the autopsy alone. It's all coming together now. What did she find in the debris? I don't know. Did she find anything in the debris?
Something that was once.
And I looked back, I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds.
Yeah. So wait,
and I
pause.
looked through it and documented it.
So to be clear, Lally's saying, what did you do with the debris found in these shirts or whatever? But when she received them, they were not in shirts. She just received a little package that she was told was debris from the shirts. She doesn't know what shirt. She doesn't know where the debris was. She never ever saw it in a shirt. Like she didn't physically remove debris from this shirt. That was Maureen. And she put it all in one thing. So we don't know where the debris came from. Now, when Maureen testified, I forget what her description of it was, like black debris or something like that. But she didn't say she's found any pieces of red or clear plastic.
No, well, she just says but she also says she scrapes off everything from the sweatshirt and the orange shirt together. And yeah.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you very much.
Parent plastic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to
You're going to hold on just a second, sir. Oh, I already went back to normal. Okay.
first talk fairly briefly about your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified. At the outset, by the way, that was item 7-3.1. Am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1. Am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item,
I figured it must have a 7 in front of it.
your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
Oh, were you made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct? Or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction. Yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton? In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct? Those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange t-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17,
Yes.
and the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes. Our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
That's right. Catastrophe. Yep. He essentially dropped it off in March. Where are we going? Oh, we're doing a sidebar?
I do.
Do you have that with you now, please?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So you can tell us.
Okay. So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Boom.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Yanni.
You made your point, Mr. Yannetti. The jury understands.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Yanni. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lally, or are you all set? I'm not curbing it.
Not curb. What?
Who knows?
Mr. Blair, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you
I have no idea.
Went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Lucia, you are all set.
You are all set.
All right, so jurors, that is it for today. I am told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with
I can't believe
anyone.
it did happen today.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this.
What's
case.
the reason?
If you happen to
Didn't have one.
see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right?
No court Friday.
Please rise for the jury.
So next week, Thursday's a half day, and then Friday is no
There's no
court.
court. Mm-hmm.
This is bullshit. She's going back to this bullshit again.
Okay, so did anybody else hear that that Brennan said that Aperture's not going to be testifying until end of next week, possibly middle of the following week?
Something like that. Something about the holiday on the 26th.
Well, that means he's still got all of next week that he's still got people.
Yeah,
Which
but that
a lot of
doesn't
people
count
think he was
Friday.
going to like soon. And
He's probably going to go Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then take up the whole half day on Thursday.
why not
And then-
Tuesday?
And then the jury won't have nothing for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm assuming they'll be back on Tuesday, the 27th, but who knows?
Why did you miss Tuesday there, though? You said Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, I meant to say Tuesday.
Okay, I thought there was another day that we weren't having court that I missed. I'm like, wait a minute.
I don't know why we're doing this.
Yeah, so he has at minimum 3.5 days of witnesses left. So Well, we know that he has Burgess and Welcher, but that's going to be at the end. So then who else is he putting on here?
Let me look at my list. So Burgess and Welcher for sure.
Yep.
Oh, Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Maybe Christina Hanley, since they were just talking about her.
Oh, maybe. They got to come. They got to have they'll have the Bodie Tech people, the one that comes on with the mitochondrial. No. Test chart. Is she on the list?
Yeah, her or Nicholas Bradford. There's two.
Yeah. But he didn't do the mitochondrial, so they may do both like they did last year.
I mean, that's still quite a few.
Yeah, because Bradford's the one who compares the Proctor Urey DNA to the taillight and excludes it. And then they send off the hair to test chart. Who does it?
Well, then you have Terry Kuhn. She is the vet person who doesn't find any dog DNA but finds pig DNA. But I'm assuming he would leave that for rebuttal if they bring up the dog again, but I'm not sure.
Right.
Like, it's possible that he's now going to call people that he wasn't going to call. But I think
people were thinking he was going to be wrapping up by the end of this week.
Yeah, I think he's like called additional people. And also,
well, who else is on the list that he hasn't called?
Well, all the Alberts and McCabe's.
Well, yeah, he's not calling any of them.
Stephen Bernstein. Not sure who that is. Caitlin Boudreau. I'm not sure who she is either. Katie Camerano. Ricky, the one that was driving the truck that night.
No, not calling them.
Higgins. Lewis Jutras or Jutras, the IT guy for the town of Canton.
Oh, he's
Patrick.
the one about the library?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be surprised he's going to call him.
Patrick, the nephew. Aiden, obviously the turtle. Julie Nagel. No. Aaron O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe. Nathan and William Reed.
If he brings in Aruba, he's going to bring in Aaron, I would think.
Well, then if he brings in Aruba, then you have both the Sullivan sisters.
So did we get a ruling on that yet?
I can't see him going back and calling these people.
No, there's just Aruba doesn't even make sense to be called at this point. But I don't know if she ever actually ruled on whether he could or not.
Let me look. Let me get on Mass Court.
All right, I'm just looking through last year's witnesses and seeing. I mean, that's all I can think of. So have Hanley and Bradford, those two. Then you have his neuro. You have Welcher and Burgess. That's 5 more witnesses. That was they already did the extrapolation chick this year that replaced the other Nicholas, the one I was confusing Bradford with.
All right, docket.
What was his name? I always forget his name too.
I know, me too. Is it? Wait a minute. It's not Andre Porto. We just saw that dude.
We saw that guy.
So then you have Greg Thaler. He was from the lab or whatever. Why do I always think his name is Nicholas something? No.
It is. It's Nicholas Roberts. That's why I always get him confused with Bradford.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's Nicholas Roberts, like Carrie Roberts. Dog bite person with the dog behavior person, I think, is rebuttal only. We kind of talked about that, and we think we determined that we think it's just going to be rebuttal on dog stuff if they have their dog guy come on, if the defense does. So we know Nicholas Roberts isn't testifying because they had the chick testify this time to it.
So
he may have been unavailable.
512 was the motion to introduce additional evidence of the nature of the defendant and victim's relationship. And I don't see that it was ruled on. But she let the niece get into Aruba, so. And she literally said what the other ones would say about how Karen was yelling that John was kissing whoever or whatever. Like he might not even need to. Might have all came in with the niece.
Yeah, I don't think that he will. I just don't know who else he would. I don't know who else he'd call besides those five. You think they're going to talk about the library footage at this point in the case? I just don't. For the way that it seems that his way he's presenting the timeline, it doesn't make sense to me to bring that in now. And they also did talk to Yuri about the footage.
Well, that's timeline stuff for the morning, so he probably won't bring it up because he doesn't necessarily need it, and it might make them wonder and then give the defense the opportunity to say that the footage that would have been seen when she was driving home and got a view of her taillight is missing. So he may not bring it in.
Yeah, I think and then it's also going to be more footage that's missing.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think it would. I don't think he will. I think he'll leave it out. He's not going to bring in the little old guy from the plow guy. You know who I'm talking about?
Lucky? No, you're talking about the DPW worker.
Yeah, Trotta. What is his name?
Yeah, Michael Trotta.
Yeah, he's not going to bring him in. Yeah, that's only five I can think of. Now, Lucky will be a defense witness. They're not going to call Lucky. I was talking about Trotta, the one who comes out and says that that Lucky was contracted in. So is anybody else that you can think of?
No.
Do you guys want? Hi, Paula. Thanks for subbing. Do you want to watch Proctor?
Yeah.
You want to do it today?
Well, we can do it today. Actually, do you know how long his things are? Because we're also, unless we're gonna, so we'll have a half day Thursday.
And we have nothing on Friday.
And then nothing Friday. So I don't know if we're gonna do that stuff.
Yeah, let's see how long they are.
And we'll watch both, obviously. So we could maybe do the direct like today. I think there's 2 parts. Jesus.
Proctor's long.
Oh, there's only one. Oh, yes, there's 2. So there's direct and then there's cross. So how long is the direct?
Direct is 2 hours and 14 minutes, and cross is 3 hours and 37 minutes.
So probably like 6 hours.
Probably. I mean, we could just do a full day of it next week if we wanted to do that.
It's probably long.
We could just do a full Friday of Proctor.
At least it won't have any shit that we need to skip through.
Yeah, no. Yes, she does a great job of that. Yeah, let's just do a Friday. Let's do next Friday. We have no court next Friday. Let's just do a full Proctor day. And then that way I can also put it on the thumbnail, like we're just going to go back in time and watch Proctor.
What about the half day? Thursday.
Well, who else was, I mean, we could go through some of the,
People that aren't going to be called, like.
I was thinking like we could go through like the McCabe.
Oh, he's a good one. Yeah, Matt McCabe's a good one.
Matt McCabe's a good one. We could do one of those today if we want to. We could do it. We can do an
How
Albert.
long's Colin?
Colin's an hour and 48 minutes.
That's like nothing.
Yeah. Allie McCabe. We could do a couple of these if we wanted to.
Oh, Allie McCabe, there's some things from her testimony that I don't have. Like, I need the Life 360 times.
Oh, okay.
For my spreadsheet. So
bang bang.
How long is
I feel like, okay, hold on. Let me think about this, because if we're gonna do,
oh, he's funny too.
I think that this is another
Kristen.
good one to do. We
Yeah,
gotta do Brian Albert
and Nicole Albert.
This one's awesome because she calls him Bukkake on the stand.
I know.
I almost feel like we should just kind of go straight through the Alberts and then the McCabe, so it's all in order of how it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we could. Who's the first of one of them?
Chris.
I mean, that part of his testimony is in my timeline. So, like, it's not like it's not relevant. You know what I mean? I mean, he was at the bar with them.
Right. So I almost wonder if we should just kind of start going straight through.
How long is Chris's? His whole thing is in one video, right?
Yeah, 1 hour and 35 minutes.
I mean, we're
going to do something today. We're just trying to figure out how to do it. Matt is actually longer. They kept Matt on the stand for a while because Matt's a tech guy. And so Matt is essentially accused of, being the one who alters Jen McCabe's, his wife's device. So he's got an hour 41 on direct and an hour 30 on cross.
I mean, an hour, at least we know, like, this is all testimony time. So an hour and a half if we watch.
We're going to do Higgins.
Yeah. He's another long one. Not Justin Rice, for the love of God, not again.
Oh, God, no.
And not Fowler again.
No, this guy is ridiculously boring.
I keep forgetting who the first one is that you said.
Chris Albert.
Craig. And he's an hour and a half, so that would put us at like 5 my time.
Yeah.
That's like reasonable. I mean, I have to leave it.
Yeah.
4.
Where's Lang? I mean, there's so much good in this first trial. It's hard to pick. Oh, shit. I just hit something. Sorry. Did not mean to do that. Okay.
If we watch Higgins, we can't. Well, if we watch Higgins, we can't listen to all those texts again. I'm not doing that.
No, God, no. But it is so much better with Higgins reading them. I'm sorry. It just is. All right. Well, you guys pick. What do you want? Who do you want to listen to?
Do you want to go in order, how they went in order in the trial, or no?
Or do we care? We just want to go watch shit. Because you can do Chris and Julie, husband, wife, Nicole and Brian, husband, wife.
Yeah.
Brian Albert Jr., son, Caitlin Albert, daughter. Tristan.
I mean, they were kind of boring. He's an idiot.
This guy, he's
a
such a
fucking moron. Yeah, he is literally the biggest moron. I mean, you want to talk about clueless? Like, I don't know if he was purposely being clueless or. Oh, if you're not going to get to hear Julie's.
I know, it's why I'm like, there's so much good shit.
So why don't we just go in order then? I don't want to listen to Sarah Levinson again. I have no desire to do that. Ricky,
No,
I don't
right.
care to hear from him either, or the
No,
Nagels.
irrelevant. Well, we most of that we've heard. So, I
Indiana
just
girl,
feel
I
like,
love.
I feel like Higgins is like a full day, or at least a half a day. It could do like a Brian. We could do like the Bryans in one day, maybe.
Higgins won't be as long because we're going to be cutting out the text messages because they're not
Right.
listening.
And then Proctor will do Proctor next Friday. So let's just start with some of the Alberts. We'll just start with some of the Alberts then. We can do a day of Brian's, or like the half a day of Brian's, or, next Thursday you could start early and we'd have an earlier day than we did today. Plus I stopped a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because I knew we were done. So I wasn't like in any rush.
Yeah, I can start early. I mean, I could start early every day, but that day we might as well start early if we're going to use, because we know it's a half day, but if we're going to use it to watch other stuff too, we might as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look for Indiana Girl, see if Karen said anything after court.
Okay. All right. We'll just start with Chris Albert.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, we can, yeah.
Now beware.
So
Lally was the only person in the first trial. So all of these are Lally, just so you guys know.
I almost want to just listen to Cross on all of them.
Yeah, but some of them, especially with Proctor, Lally is different from Hank in the sense that Lally does try to get some things out on direct. So some of Proctor's texts, a lot of Proctor's texts are read in direct, and then he's confronted about them individually on Cross.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right.
And also
this is only an hour and a half. It's not that long. So we should be fine.
Yeah, they cut out all the things. So
yeah, I love this channel, dude. I'm so thankful you turned me onto this channel.
It's amazing.
So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
I hope they do all the trials. I don't want just Karen Reed. I want all the trials of every trial ever that existed in the world. I want on this channel.
And they do same day. They get their videos up really fast, same day. They were messaging me and saying I fucked with the timestamps if you want to go back in and check and stuff. But I don't bother them because this is a lot of work. Downloading the whole thing and then cutting stuff out.
No, it's a shit ton of work. Yeah, it's perfect. Okay, so we'll start with the Alberts and we'll just go straight down the Albert list, and then we should be able to hit Proctor by Friday.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
Are we in normal time?
How long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years.
1.25.
Okay. I just wasn't sure. He looked a little weird.
Yeah, I did a 1.25. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Because Lolly's fucking slow, so. So, you know what? Let me show you. So for anybody who doesn't know who all these people are, let me show you this real quick. So you can kind of see how everybody's related to each other.
One of the news stations has a spider web thing.
I have my own. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, yours is better.
Thank you. Oh, I don't want that.
Oh, what are you trying to do?
Present? Yeah, where's my present button? I don't want that.
Click the expanded thing at the bottom. No, yeah.
Well, that's new. I updated that. Yeah, so this tells you kind of who everybody is and who they're married to. So this is Brian Albert, the homeowner, his wife, Nicole Albert. His brother is Chris Albert, who we're talking to on the stand. We're talking to him right now on the stand. So it just kind of gives you a little bit of who everybody is. And that little house thing tells you who was in the house at the time. And then Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel, kind of gives you all of that. There's actually, I think there's 2 pages to this. Yeah, then it tells you who all the peeps are. Who all the peeps are that are on the team. this is obviously from last year, so I don't have like Alessi and Brennan, because I made this before the last trial. So it kind of gives you screenshot it if you want to, so that you can have it. You can look back to see who everybody is.
No, his wife did not testify.
The only person who there's only 2 people who've testified. Nope, 3. There's 3. We get Jen McCabe up here. She testified this time. Ryan Nagel down here. Nope, there's 4. Ryan Nagel testified. Sarah Levinson testified.
Carrie.
And Carrie testified. But last year, like they had, like everybody was up here.
Who's the tiny thing like under Nicole Albert?
Under Nicole? Their other kid, Brendan.
Oh.
So like if they're tiny, it's because they didn't really have anything to do with the case.
Yeah.
This one kind of does, so I kind of made him a little bigger. But like these other little tiny ones, it's because I just threw them in the family tree because they exist. But
yeah.
And then there's
Chris
Chloe.
has another kid too. Because the other
Chris Albert.
He has another one besides that one because that's who he says is the one that went through John's yard, not Colin.
I guess I didn't. Maybe I didn't know about it when I made this. Like I made this before first trial, so.
Yeah, I'm surprised you found all these pictures. I really am.
I did good.
You did real good. Even whatever news place I was thinking of that has the spider. I can't remember which one it is, but Lacey said she loves that Chloe made the chart. That would be Cora now.
Oh, I did. I put Irene.
But like Courtney, they don't have any picture of Courtney. How do you not have a picture of Katie? Katie Laughlin.
I don't know. I just didn't have a picture of her at the time. I mean, I do now, obviously.
Yeah.
But I never went back and did anything with this. And then I also have I have the old school, my very first before trial timeline.
Indiana girl, Julie was like, she surprised me. I also was not, I wasn't expecting her to be the way she was.
I don't even know if this is even accurate anymore. Like it's been, because I made this before,
changed. I remember this
trial. Yeah. This fucking took forever to make.
It's annoying. Timelines are so annoying, but they help. That's why I stopped doing like cool stuff like this. Like, although sometimes my brain needs to see it this way, but that's why I started doing like the spreadsheets where it's just because shit changes constantly. So I can just add a row or delete a row as necessary. Except I'm not changing shit on this shit until these people testify. So like Aperture can kiss my asshole because I'm not changing all this until I hear it from their mouths because I don't believe a word that Spanky says. Baker was like, I feel
I like
sorry.
I like a visual too. I like to be able to see the stuff.
Yeah, I like when I put the information in the spreadsheet, I'm like hopeful that someone's going to make like the diagram of the DNA or the diagram of the tail, like those things.
Yeah.
Like I can think of them in my head, but when I try to make them, they don't look the way that I want them to in my brain.
Well, I love a good timeline. I just do. I think that's how I got attached to you so quickly. I was like, oh my God, she's like after my own heart.
Your love language.
You did. You really spoke my love language. I was like, oh, I'm in love with this. Okay, but like I said, I made this before first trial, so some of this may have come out in trial that the time is not 100% accurate on what I put on here because this was just giving everybody the preview of like the case. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know who asked for the shoes, but I did send all the shoes.
Joanna.
Yeah, Joanna, I sent all the shoes. Just so you know.
Oh, okay. Let me put this back over here. That's got all my testimony from last year on it. So.
Oh, she said thank you. She got them.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
I mean, we can't deprive you. We cannot deprive you of hearing Alan Jackson confront Colin about his videos.
No, God, no. It's too good. It's
Like, there's
good.
probably people that haven't even seen those videos or understand what we're even saying.
Right.
Oh, you're gonna die. Like the cheesiness and like it's good, and you're not gonna hear it this trial. So
Too bad. That's why we have to do this. Okay. All right. I'm
this
gonna play 'em.
bald bastard. Look at him.
And they're all bald. Like the first 20 witnesses on the stand last year were
They
all
really
bald.
were.
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
And
Oh wait. So this guy,
where did
this guy is not only the brother, and then I'll shut up so we can watch it. But this guy is not only the brother of the homeowner, he's the brother of Kevin Albert, who's a detective at Canton Police Department, the one that Gallagher said was his like best detective. He's also became, after John's death, a select board member, and he's like the one that's like the select board controls the Canton Police Department. So that's a little bit of extra info you should know. Yeah, we know. He's the one that keeps. He was in prison. Did he go to prison for killing Peter? If he did, it was for like 6 months. He literally killed a guy.
He got 6 months for DUI.
Yeah, he was drunk and he ran down a foreign exchange student.
Yeah.
And only went to prison for 6 months.
The irony. Well, and his younger brother also did a hit and run.
Yes.
And went and hid back at 34
Fairview.
Yeah.
Yep. Like, these people have a documented history of being drunk and hitting people.
So Bev's brother, was it brother? Bev's brother was his attorney.
Yeah. I think it was brother.
I think it's her brother that was his attorney in his case where he killed a guy.
A kid. A foreign exchange student.
6 months.
So if you ever see people say, like, oh my God, what was that one account that would be all over my tweets? And they would say things like, get on your knees and repent to Peter's family or something like that. That's what he's talking about. Is the kid Peter that he killed.
Yeah. I think Turtle Boy
crazy.
does that a lot. I want to show you guys this though. My husband just sent it to me. I just sent it to you, Sleuthie. But you're going to see it on the screen anyway.
I have to pee. Oh.
There you go.
So it was all on that side, all on the passenger side?
Well, yeah, because this intersection over here that you see, he was making a right. And so he just kept making a right.
Yeah. But what did he hit though? That, like,
oh, you want that picture too? Hold on.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, I don't see. Like, he passed that tree. So, like, what did he hit? Or did he hit the tree and then kept going right?
I'll show you. He hit the retaining wall at the restaurant.
Oh, so it's not in the picture.
Oh, I have a different picture of it.
This was after he backed up some and then hit a Prius.
That's after he backed up and hit the Prius. So I'll show you the wall that he hit.
Wow.
That's the wall that he hit. And I think I can show you one picture of the Prius, but the other one has her license plate, so I'm not going to show that.
Well, thank God. Thank God he didn't, like, go through a building. Like, this could have been so much worse, so. Tell him get in the car and go drive around the parking lot.
He doesn't have a car. His car's all gone. So I'll show you this one. I can't show you the other one because it has her license plate in it.
Damn it. And that was just him trying to back up from the retaining wall. Like,
right.
Damn it.
But I mean, like, why'd she pull there and park? like she wasn't there.
Wait, so she like watched this and then like pulled up and parked blocking it? Like maybe she was trying to stop him from leaving. Maybe she thought he was going to leave. I don't know.
I don't know what she thought. No, she's a student, so she went to school. No, so
she left?
Yeah, oh yeah, her mom came. Why? Like my husband and her mom were there.
Oh my God. Oh, I think we see people, Teresa, so get out of it.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. There. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that doesn't look like horrible.
Oh.
I mean, to be honest, that's probably better that happened, because who knows, like, if like people were still coming, like if he would have backed up into like oncoming traffic, you know what I mean? As opposed to just hitting that one lady in her Prius.
Yeah. So I don't know why the Prius would even pull up behind him at that point.
Well, it stopped other cars from speeding by and taking him out in the back. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, he took out whatever this little box thing is too.
Yeah, I could see that. And then it looks like there's, I don't know if there's track marks like in that grass. It looks like there's.
Oh yeah, from where he hit the wall. Oh shit!
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it. Yeah.
Well, thank God he's okay. Nobody's hurt. He's not hurt. He didn't hurt nobody.
Yeah.
Damn, he killed the flowers too.
Yeah, he took that whole fucking bush out. He was like, "Fuck you, bush. You're coming with me." So yeah, no, it totally sucks. Maps, like I thought we were looking at one of the Albert's drunk driving. Yeah.
Oh no, they caused much more wreckage.
Yeah, they actually killed people. No,
They
my
kill
son.
people and they total other people's cars.
This is my son's truck, and yeah, that was my morning. Poor kid.
Poor little feller.
Yeah, poor little feller. Yeah. So just there was a like a solar panel-y, like little tiny solar panel thing that was up on the dashboard. When he went to make a right to turn onto that street that you just saw, he made the right, turned onto that street. The solar panel thing got wedged in the steering wheel, so he couldn't correct and go back left. So he just continued to go right. So he had made a right onto that street and then made a right up onto that curb and into that wall. And then he tried to back up and somebody had pulled behind him, and then he backs up and hits the Prius.
Literally a freak accident.
So yeah, just a random poor kid's been driving for 3.5 weeks, and this is what happens. So, but he is okay, and that is the most important thing. The truck is gone, totaled, and only liability, so no replacement car for him. Who did Lank beat up the dudes for? For Chris
Albert, this dude.
For this guy.
Because he's a wussy. And you know how we know he's a wussy? Because like now we're seeing it with the turtle too, right? Like, so the turtle's on camera, like the turtle's on camera talking about him killing Peter Berger, and that scares Chris, so he runs to the police. Well, back in the day, he had a disagreement or whatever with the Lapalato brothers and ran to the police, and they just take care of it. They charged the turtle, they beat up these guys, they arrested them. Like, it's just.
Well, his sister-in-law assaults Turtle Boy.
Yeah. Oh, you remember that?
Oh, fuck yeah, I do. She was crazy. So Lizzie, we did watch it. So we actually watched it when it was, we fast forwarded and watched it and then went back and watched testimony. So we did watch it. We watched it back closer to when it actually happened. So yeah, we were pretty pissed about it. Pretty pissed. So now we're just watching old testimony because court's done. So now I'm just going to let it play so I can shut up and let it go.
Yeah, I'm going to go pee.
Did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
Oh, Dylan.
How long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me.
Probably not supposed to say that in the middle of a murder trial.
I was literally just thinking that.
Around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yeah.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 25, my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
We don't care.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
And how long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry, pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E Pizza shop?
She does some of this behind-the-scenes stuff, yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the One Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor, and I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff, and that's how I initially became to know who John was.
You mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows. It's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on that?
Well, between us or on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then between.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's two houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. We usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 of us.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes. Yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E pizza shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
So in that sense, sort of, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
That was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open till 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes, and it was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working, and he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place and stuff. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall, and I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that he was?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as CF McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is CF McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from D&E and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of In the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple, and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to work?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, "Are you coming down? Are you there?" She was down there, so I had a conversation with her. And I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, correct?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the waterfall, where did you go as far as who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishment, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What if
High
anything
top
you recall
table.
that evening as far as entertainment within the waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like 6 or 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people upstairs?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, the McCabe's, and your niece, Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seen him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin or both?
Yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I would probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to it or what they'd been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, we call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as to where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
Just has a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communications with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall.
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communication do you recall in regard to who was there, who was going to be?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." He said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go upon coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe. And then just kind of like got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as you?
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with the glass underneath her jacket. And I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under a coat when she came in?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
Now, if you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think John went to the bar and got a beer.
And is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
So no arguments, anything like
that? No,
that?
not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any dishevelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe's person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you say the table, was that sort of your area, or was there a different area?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after one?
So we have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, you know, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live at?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, that sort of ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
If it's a ritual, you do it all the time.
Turned 21. Can't remember
Doesn't
exactly.
sound like a ritual. You can't.
This was a big issue last year, is they call everything a ritual. It's not a ritual, it's a tradition.
Well, it's not even that, because he can't say, like, if it only happens when people turn 21, like, I think you would remember.
But the thing is the kid turning
Because it
21
would have been one of his
didn't
kids.
want to go to the bar. He didn't want to do anything.
I find it hard to believe that he was turning 21 for the first time and didn't want to go to the bar.
I think he was only like 23 at trial. So, I mean, I don't know. He was a homebody, he said. So
he's under 21 and drinking with Julie.
Yeah.
And
he couldn't drink until midnight legally at the bar.
I guess it's not that big a deal if you've been drinking anyway. You know what I mean? Like, what's the big deal? If you're allowed to drink and you've been drinking and shit. I'm going to go to the bus stop.
Okay.
Exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking, sir.
Yeah.
Was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end, as far as, obviously it's your pizza shop. So
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to doing that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we weigh in.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Now, later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of Fireball shots for the group.
And
Fireball, 0 calories.
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people there took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up with what?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, or right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
No, it's not really 0 calories. And I always thought that was crazy too. Why in the hell is last call at midnight? Like what? That's yeah. Bars close at like typically last call. We've had it like at like 1:25, so that you can get your drinks and be done drinking by 1:30, 2 o'clock. And then the bar closes at 2. Yeah, I always thought it was weird that this bar, the last call was at midnight. I don't know. I think it's weird, but maybe they just closed early.
And
Maybe they were getting ready for the
Did
blizzard.
you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
Just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street?
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
So when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left on Washington.
They were sort of walking
opposite directions.
On Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar and he got a beer? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe the fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So fair to say you didn't go to 34 Fairview that
I did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 and 20 now is actually
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son,
he was in the San Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home? Were they there? If you know?
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53, the waterfall surveillance.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's depicted up on that screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I just handed to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top. And I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here.
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
Back here. Wait. So this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct the jury's attention where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. And I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman. Now, Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out, the door that you eventually exited from the
So he's
waterfall,
like,
you see sort of that
I'm like over here in this area somewhere, right in here.
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
It would be off sort of towards the left. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
I don't know, somebody's phone, somebody's laptop, something happening. I don't know.
As far as 2 individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56.
So they did play this last year. I was wondering that the other day. I was like, I don't remember him hugging Higgins. He hugged Higgins and goes over and sees Brian Albert. And then scoots over and is that Jen? I don't know who he just hugged. Aw. Everybody's so happy to see him, and he's happy to be there. That sucks, man. I feel like he's talking to Matt McCabe over here.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so do you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know.
Yes.
And how do you know that, sir?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah. That was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about probably at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that night?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that you told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
So his wife tells him that John had died. He has to wake him up to tell him that.
And receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you go?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, we have to go over. Let's go over to your brother's house.
And,
how did she know?
About what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there. Maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my recollection, from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterward, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2.
And where was that?
At my condo.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
This is too fast. I'll
Mr.
throw it.
Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old?
Correct.
And the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own D&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned.
So he did. He lives. So he used to live I think it was the third house down from John's house. And then they sold their house and they moved into a condo that was actually closer to town, like our downtown area. So yeah, they moved into a condo. So they used to live in the house that's like 2-3 doors down from One Meadows.
Owned it for approximately 25 years?
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton?
Recently elected.
The town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town, correct.
Yeah.
And not only that,
He wasn't a selectman at the time of John's death. He became a selectman after. And I don't even know why he does it, because those meetings are all streamed and he just gets railed.
but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton?
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother, Brian Albert, only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that, yes.
Your brother, Tim Albert, lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton?
About that.
Correct.
With your wife, Julie Albert?
Correct.
And your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other two sons, yes.
Do you guys remember who they bought the house from? Who his parents bought the house? Was it Berkowitz? That's what my memory wants to say, but I don't know. I can't remember who his parents bought the house from across the street from the PD.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton?
I guess.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton?
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. You've got another witness who can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection. Now, may we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come on over?
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Sure, if that's,
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Yannetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son, the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends,
You've seen him socially.
really.
You've been out for drinks with him,
I think maybe once.
and you've known him for how long?
20 plus years.
And you say you've only been out with him for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no,
What other types of activities have you done together?
I can't think of any. I think he came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
Have you been out with him in a group setting?
That event that I just mentioned, yeah.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury
Do you have a
know.
hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put it
to
in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
Okay, sir, I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean is the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, that event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for select board. It looks familiar.
Has Mr. Lally shown you that photograph?
No.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, please. In the light of the wall. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at that. I'm recently elected, so I'm just going through it. But yeah, I believe so.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton Police Chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure. I agree with that question.
Well, your brother Kevin Albert worked under Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be. Not sure.
And as far as your ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12, correct?
Somewhere around there. Maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend.
The Alberts have a really hard time determining what level of friendship people are. They're not sure. Unless it's the dead guy on the lawn and then you have to testify later, then that dead guy on the lawn becomes your bestest friend that you've ever had in your whole life. So other than that, they have a very hard time understanding friendships and what level they are. I wouldn't call them tight. I wouldn't call us close. I wouldn't call us friends.
Is correct?
Sure.
And does sure mean yes?
Yes.
Now, your older brother, Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years, correct?
Correct.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
Okay.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was. You became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
Yeah, at some point.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
Couple.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper, correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
What did he say
I
when he
love
first
this
walked in the
man.
door? In
It's
terms
just
of
Valley Port ghosts. You just apparitions.
introductions.
Apparitions.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen as side by side?
Sure.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, how do you do? I am Michael Proctor, correct?
No.
No. Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen Reed had been charged in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your Honor.
on February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you've testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into the D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal information with John O'Keefe, correct?
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
A cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.?
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
I think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge? for
Sometimes.
Personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife, Julie, was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And I believe you've testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink
No
along
calories.
with the appetizers?
I believe so.
All right, and that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you have met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton Police Station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're friends?
Yeah, they're friends.
Was there something confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you called them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
All right. If I mention the name Kolakithis, does that ring a bell? Or do you...
That's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, "Get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn," end quote?
That was one of the texts.
I'm sorry, I don't think I asked to approach.
Good, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message, 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one.
Okay, one over.
So you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says "get over here," right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
It's a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. Well, we can take that down. At about 10:45 p.m. or so, I believe you testified that was when John O'Keefe walked into the bar with his girlfriend, Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yesterday was your birthday? Happy belated birthday. Oh my goodness. Why haven't you had a phone since February? That's crazy talk. And I hope you did well on your finals, which I know you did.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a line, but yeah.
Okay. And you assumed that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that night, if she was mixing in water in between alcoholic drinks, it would have been impossible for you to discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing a drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen does not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control.
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total, about that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you previously, well, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
That's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time.
Right.
That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
That answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure. I think we need to back up. If we could pause it for a second, please. Mr. Albert, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point.
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out.
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it.
That's just, he said he got home between 12:05 and 12:10. So this is showing that that's Chris Albert in the bar at 12:13 in the morning.
Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
You see it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please.
Sir, that is you.
That is you.
Did he say who he was talking to?
So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I
Okay.
don't mean to be confusing here.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall, and then the waterfall. And do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the waterfall?
Good call on the banner.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall.
Yes.
Correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
And your home on
Do you remember
Maple
what house he lives at? What
further
Maple Street?
from the water.
No. He says it right at the beginning of his testimony, though. He tells you his full address. He totally doxes himself.
I actually have pictures in my so when they sold it, I thought it might go away because I was trying to figure out like what they were talking about when they're like when they say, okay, I came in and then I went upstairs and my room's downstairs. Like we don't, obviously everybody doesn't know all this yet. I was trying to figure out like how the house is laid out. So I went and took all the pictures off of Zillow.
Whose house?
Chris's house.
The condo or the house?
The condo on Maple Street.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
7. Thank you. It's 7. No, it's 22. It's 22 Maple Street.
Is it condo number 7?
And it's a townhouse. I don't think it's like a condo. Really. Well, it may be a condo. I'm going to send you all these. It's actually really big. And I got it because in case it disappeared. Because I was trying to figure out if this trial, I didn't know what was going to happen. If we were going to find out there were more people's Apple Health data or what, you know what I mean? And I was like, well, I need to see what I'm doing because I have it for Fairview. Do you have to go somewhere, T?
Not yet. No, Mike's picking up. Am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay.
No.
Mike's picking up Jeremy. I'm getting Kaylee, so I have to leave at 2:10.
Okay. I just put an apple pie in the stove.
FYI, I did put on the bottom of the screen just in case anybody does pop in trying to figure out what the hell's going on. That this is Chris Albert, the homeowner's brother, and his testimony from last year. Because I know it gets confused. People are gonna be like, "Oh my god, I saw it on Criminality. Chris Albert was testifying."
No, that was a good call.
So, I figure we should probably do that. All right, hold on. Let me see. I just closed out Facebook because it was making noises. So let me go back. It's okay. No.
I was the reason I wanted to know specifically is because I'm looking up the distance of both.
Yeah, I actually think I have it on my Karen Reed map. To be honest with you, I could probably just pull it up and tell you.
Probably do. So directions from the waterfall, and we want walking.
Let me see if I do.
So the walking distance is 7 minutes via Washington Street from Waterfall to 22 Maple Street. I don't have my screenshot app thingy on my new computer. But it says 3 minute or 7 minute walk. Two-minute drive.
Kids go outside.
That's silly.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, Windows Shift. How do you know it's a Windows?
To the wall.
This better not crash my computer. Everybody in here's dead. Taking you all down with me.
Okay, so this is where am I at? Hold on, let me get clear.
Oh,
okay.
Word.
So here's D&E. Here's CF McCarthy's and D&E Pizza. And then
You guys are so smart.
And then here's Waterfall right here. And then so Maple is right here.
Right here, easy.
So I mean it's a couple minutes closer. I don't know why he's saying it's 7 minutes to get from D&E Pizza to Waterfall. I don't know why he said that. That's just stupid. It's not. It's like literally down the street and across the street. No
Yeah, I think he's about to be proven a liar because I just told you it takes 7 minutes, which I think is what Yannetti literally just said was that it takes 7 minutes. He was like, no, it would take less than 5.
Yeah.
No, I'm here to tell you that it says it would take 7 minutes.
He would walk from Waterfall straight down the street, make a left, and then there's his condo.
Correct. So if we factor in the 7 minutes to the time we see him leaving, which is 12:13:43, the early, like, unless he ran, which I don't see him doing, he was home at about 12:20, which is happens to be the exact time that Higgins texts John and says, "You come in here.
You come in here? You come in here?" Right,
Oh,
so
I didn't even see somebody say Alt F4, but I'm going to write it down. The Windows
to the wall.
Shift S.
No.
And
no,
actually it
no
brought up
shit.
something. It brought up something really cool, like some kind of, it brought up I haven't done anything on this computer, but my other computer is full, but that's the one that I have YouTube on right now. So I've been messing around with the other one, doing my charts and stuff. And it pulled up a snipping tool. I don't know what that is. And I can draw on it. It also gives me like a camcorder thing. Is that to like screen record the screen?
The screen?
No, it's like when I hit Windows Shift S, it popped up a little like cross that I could use to pick what part of the screen I want to take a screenshot of. But it had
one says yes.
Oh, good. So I can screen record. Okay. See, I had I downloaded, I think it was called like Amazing something. It's on my other computer, the one that I'm on StreamYard on, because I'm able to take like enormous screenshots. Like if there's a Facebook post that has like, I don't know, 300 things underneath it, I could take it all in one screenshot. And then it gives you like a normal size screenshot. But if you zoom in, everything's still clear. You can read all the things. So that was why I did that.
Okay. So here's CF McCarthy's, which is the first bar that they were at that night. Here's D&E Pizza. I'm going to try to get right in front of it. There's D&E Pizza.
Witness intimidation.
Oh, shit.
This is witness intimidation.
Get out of there. And then, so you just walk down here. And,
thank you, guys.
Huh? Did I go far enough? I don't think I did. Oh, yeah, I went too far.
The waterfall.
There it is, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that in the cannon truck?
And then, so there's the waterfall.
That's what we've all been hearing about. Really, nothing, not that big a deal, really. But like when we see them go out it must be in the back. You can't go down that road, can you?
Oh, the one back here by waterfall?
Yeah.
Let me go see. Yeah, I can.
Okay, so where's the door that John comes out of? Is it
right
that
here.
one right there?
Yeah.
That's a window.
To the wall.
To the right. To the right, not the left.
Is it to the right though? Is it this one?
Go to the right again. Okay, then yeah, I think that's it. Because I do remember. Well, no, I remember.
What it was to there's.
I remember an awning.
Yeah, I do too.
Why do these look like houses?
It is this one, and then the flag is blowing in front of the camera.
Okay. Oh, there's the camera. I can see it.
Yep.
So
Right
that's
here.
the door they come out of.
Yeah.
Okay, so that parking lot area, if we do like a 360, that's where they were parked, or they were all parked, but we don't know exactly where. But
Karen's not parked here.
She was on Washington Street.
Yeah, because they were.
Wonder why they went out this door.
Because that's where, what's her name led them to. Jen McCabe led her out there, and that's where he ends up going. They came in there though, didn't they? They come in the door. They went. They come in the door. They went out.
Hold on, Miku. I clicked in the snipping, like it brought me from the screenshot to the snipping tool. Like it brought me right into it. And when I went to hit the little disc to do the save, it pulled up like a screenshots folder. It seems like it just made a screenshots folder for me. So I think autosave is on. It says May 16, 2025 at 16:46:16. So does that mean my autosave is on? I don't need to be saving things double time. See, so Sally Port Ghost said there's also a side door around the back. So that would mean they walked out of there and then turned left and walked towards Washington Street. That sounds about right from other people's testimony. Yeah, I guess so. What, do you just want to be a bottomless pit all weekend?
Oh, I was on mute. Sorry. I was just doing the trek home. To 22.
Oh, are you in 2022?
No, I did the trek to 22 Maple.
Oh.
I go back to Waterfall.
I mean, straight the whole way.
Right. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's an easy walk. The side door. Let me see.
So let's rename this to.
I don't see a side door. I don't see a side door, but it says the entrance is here. So like that's where they have you go in anyway. So that's why they would be going in and out of there. I don't know if that's the entrance to that or what, but it seems like it would because it says waterfall and then it says entrance.
It's literally like
there's a camera in the parking lot. We see them out in the parking lot. They have not shown that. Did they show that this trial?
I think we did see a thing of John walking out with something in his hand. I think. I'm pretty sure.
All right, let me see if I can just find it real quick in my pictures. So they have it. I think
Lacey.
We saw Jen and Karen walk out with Nicole, and then we see John walk out holding the glass, and then they pause it to show us the straw so that they can match the straw to the straw that they find days later.
Even though the road had been like plowed, and I mean, that is the straw that could, just like the hair is the hair that could.
That straw lasted.
They've been through a lot.
You know what we didn't talk about with Ashley's testimony was that weird plastic piece, the weird circular. Yeah, that never came up in this trial. I'm looking for the photo. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it because it might be inside of a folder somewhere. I can show you the photos of Chris and Julie in John's front yard. I can show you those.
Yeah. I think they show those. They're going to show those. They didn't show them yet?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Yannetti does show them.
I know I have that photo of them in the backyard, or in the back of Waterfall. I just don't know where the hell I put it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look for it.
Real easy to say this was like a big joke because like John's dead. So the only person that would be able to testify that it's not a joke would be Karen, and they know she's not going to. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, of course you could say that it was a joke. Well, he will. He'll say it was a joke, but well, I don't want to give it away, but he does. That's what he says.
All right, I'll keep playing it.
Waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall.
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know it. I'm trying to work through this because, I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza?
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right.
So the walk
home,
the walk from D&E to Waterfall is 2 minutes.
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video. and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I
Can I
think
see Councilor Ted Representative please? Beverly.
It's been pointed out to me that I think we're not making a connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah, I'd say around 5 minutes. I think from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and a sweatshirt.
Okay. And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, Sherry, where do you want me to send it? I'll send it. Just tell me where to.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day?
Correct.
Till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven?
Correct.
As well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you'd had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
Right. And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In
home?
my bedroom.
And is this a townhouse or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. And do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth?
Yeah.
And washed up?
But I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't do either of those?
No.
Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after.
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19 because I think that's more consistent with what you said. And understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kicked off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine.
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. And then you walked up 2 flights of stairs. Right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay. All right. So you get up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
All right. Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door?
Do you wear your
I think that's
shoes
what I said, yeah.
inside?
You wanna
Inside
stick
your
with that?
home? How
I'm
dare
just
you?
trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour ago, that you fell asleep and that your son Colin opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was sometime after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lives, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old?
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nevercracker?
What is Nevercracker?
Yes.
Like the character?
So
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nevercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can answer that. What's your answer?
That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
I was like a drunk kid.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
No, he put up a fence to stop.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Is that a question?
It was a question. I guess let me withdraw that and ask this. If John O'Keefe is Nevercracker, and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
Do you want me to, can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
Yeah, he didn't ask me to send him a photo.
And you would agree with me that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Yes.
Sustain any-
Right, Valerie? Me too.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Like how much he just bugs the shit out of me. And like this is just the beginning of the Albert McCabe. Like we're gonna watch like going backwards. Like it just gets worse the whole time. This is why they were terrible witnesses for the Commonwealth, and this is why Brennan's like, I'm not putting any of those fucking people on the stand.
Mr. Albert, I place 2 photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture taken?
I have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos, or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And are those a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please. Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we can take that photo down. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night?
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just have one more area.
It does.
Yep.
You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's a good video.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
Your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
Okay, I don't know if there's only a few minutes left of this one. They go on redirect.
I was gonna say, it feels like we're like mostly, because when I went to pull it up, I was like, oh, we're almost done.
Yeah, do you want to just switch it? And then would you show them the video of Chris Albert outside of D&E with Turtle Boy?
Yes. Are
Okay.
you, is this starting at redirect right now?
Yep. Like right at that spot. That's why I stopped it there. So we'll switch the stream over. But I want to show that. And then we could show the Colin ones when we do Colin, for that he doesn't fight, and then all the people who sent in the videos that where he's fighting.
Oh my God.
We won't do that one today, but I want to show the one with Chris Albert, because like I want you guys to be able to see like who this guy really fucking is.
Well, let me switch to that while I look for the other one.
Sleuthie, what's your normal email that people send you stuff to? I have to leave, so don't send anything to me.
The sleuthie@gmail.com.
Sleuthie@gmail. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm just gonna go grab Kaylee and then I'll be back.
Okay. Oh, what? The wrong way.
Redirect?
Yes.
Oh, and the attack on Turtle Boy. Okay.
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being a selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28, 2022?
No,
About how long after that was it that you became?
sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe.
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police. When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe.
So well after January 28, 2022.
Yes,
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah,
One was in the Navy.
yep,
Another was about to go to college.
correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older. So I gave him my real estate's number, the guy who sold my house.
And that selling of the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Okay, let's move on from that.
Now, with regards, to your son Colin when he came home that night, you indicated that it was about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, you came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point
None.
in time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them that night?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This is before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just, so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
Now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
and sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him, other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're going to wrap it up, Mr. Lamb.
One last question, Your Honor. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to the water.
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further.
Nothing
Quick
further.
redirect. All right, you are all set, Mr. Elder. And
Thank you.
Jurors, we're going to take
All right, so thank you, Miku. So the first one is going to be Chris and the family. So this was them being slow. Confronting Turtle Boy. It'll work.
Really? What? I can't just go get food at my dad's store. We're just going to see dinner. We're going to see if McCarthy's. What's the big deal? Oh God, what's happening there?
So that was Colin Albert that you just saw.
We're going to see if McCarthy's. Call the police.
That right there is Colin. And he's going into his
Skin.
You want it off?
Skin, I want it off.
So just ask me to peel the skin off.
Can you please peel the skin off?
Yes. That is Colin Albert going into D&E Pizza, his dad's pizza shop.
Going to dinner.
Chill out, bro.
Wait, what happened? That's like a 6-minute video.
Well, that's
Maybe not.
Really, dude? Come on.
Just going to dinner.
Oh, that must be the first one.
Chill out, bro.
So this is the one that I want. Oh, it's a whole thing. Okay, this I think is the one.
I wonder if he's gonna beat you too, like the other one.
So there's Chris. I think this is other Chris Jr. It's Julie Nagel, I think. I think that's Colin. It's hard to see. But that's Chris laughing and shit. Hold on.
Look at that. I wonder if he's gonna beat you too, like the other one. Look at that. Look. All the time. You're fucking you. You're gonna be a fucking loser too.
Okay, so it's like in a bunch of clips. After that, we called the police. I went on Facebook Live to broadcast. I was literally watching this on his Facebook Live. I couldn't believe it. I went on Facebook Live to broadcast our actions to the world as it became clear they were becoming more and more unhinged and violent. 10 minutes later, this happened. And these are people that are like he's been criminally charged with that say they're scared of him. So Chris's wife, Julie, her sister is Jill Daniels. And this is the lady that you'll see. She's the one who's like best friends with Michael Proctor's sister, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here. Here she is.
I'm so sick of this shit. I'm sick of your shit. Okay? Enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have my phone?
How's the kids? They must be so proud of their dad.
That's assault, John.
That's assault.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Fuck up, Big Bird. You're a fucking bird. You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
Boom. You're fat fuck.
I need my phone back, Jill.
Where's your chocolate?
I'm gonna need my
Where's your
phone back,
chocolate?
Jill.
And oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you go loopy? Didn't you go crazy?
Jill, can I please have my
Shut the fuck up. No one else.
Can I have my phone back, please, Joe?
Go ahead and give me the phone.
I need my phone back, Joe.
How's
Don't
it
do
going?
that. I need my phone back. I need my phone back. Okay, so that just happened. That just happened. That just happened.
Piece of shit. I have wrinkles. I don't care, but guess what? I have a good heart.
You have a great heart.
Prick, you're going to jail, and I cannot wait. And guess what? You're going to be without a boyfriend because this prick is going to jail.
I mean, I'll be with my boyfriend longer than you will. You're gonna die.
Okay, don't even worry about it. She's not worried. This is a try. Just let her talk. 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 Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Don't even talk back. Who are you yelling at?
Who are you? Like, look at you. How many times you got punched in the nose?
I don't know.
Your teeth, you make fun of my teeth. Yours are shit.
No, it's mostly your skin, but okay.
My skin,
Yeah.
I have wrinkles. I don't care. Guess
I mean,
what? I stick up my family. How many siblings do you have? Has anyone stuck up for you?
a bunch.
No, they don't like you.
They don't?
like
Okay,
you.
if you say so.
You guys can all tape me. Like, why are you taping me?
I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why anyone would want to tape you. Your behavior is normal. No one's harassing anyone. I'm just trying to eat dinner.
Why are you here?
Because I'm hungry. Because they serve food in here. Because I want food. Because when you're hungry, you eat food. I am. I'm just trying to eat food. Because I got assaulted by Jim Farris. We're walking out. Some people asked me to take pictures. And next thing you know, Jim Farris comes up to me and assaults me.
Okay, so that's that. But there's one, and I didn't hear Chris say it in that one. There might be more on this article. I'm trying to peel him an apple. Where Chris makes a comment. I don't understand, and I'm sure that Turtle Boy has like turned in these things to like for court. But I don't understand being charged with and being charged with witness intimidation against these people. And like, here you go. Just recently, they like added 2 more for Chris and Colin. And I just don't understand saying you're scared of someone and then behaving this way. These are stills. Oh, these might be better. This one.
How's that nutty bin you've been in? Huh? How's that nutty?
Oh, here we go. So Ryan Nagel is in this one as well. The one that testified in both trials.
Really, dude? Come on.
What's up, man?
Really?
Colin.
Really?
What?
I can't just go get food at my dad's store.
We're just going to see.
Could you hear that? He said, Colin said, I can't just go get food at my dad's store.
We're going to see if McCarthy's. What's the big deal?
Then he goes back in the DNA.
We're just going to see if McCarthy's.
Call the police.
We're just going to dinner.
Bro, chill out. Chill out, bro. You just touch her, bro?
Who remembers who this is? I forget. Sam. But who is Sam? Oh, he's a Nagel too? Okay, so this is the other Nagel brother.
You just touch her?
Be a little fucking soft.
She doesn't want you to touch her.
Yeah, don't do that.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation.
Why are you touching her?
I don't know why I'm
Talking to her?
You just touched her, bro.
Asking her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
She's not a loser.
Touch
She's a
like
good
that?
person.
Yeah,
Ask her
I
why
don't think it's
she's
such a loser.
fucking hooking up with like a loser like my brother like that. Get the fuck out of here.
That's Ryan Nagel, the one we've seen testify. And yeah, I would be talking to your brother a lot worse than that if he like was putting his. I mean, what a creep! Ew, he's the weirdest.
What?
You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. Fucking loser guy. You're a loser guy. You and all your fans are big fucking losers. That's a fucking loser. Loves the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser. You loser. Keep going. Have fun. Have another beer in there. What are you jerk off to the videos?
So Chris Albert is standing here in the door. His son, Chris Jr., Julie Nagel, who you haven't seen testify yet unless you've watched the first trial, and there's Colin. So everybody's big and tough here. But they're all scared. This is after Turtle Boy's been charged with witness intimidation of these people.
What do you mean you got rid of that? You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser. You're not as big a loser as this fucking. I wonder if he's gonna beat you too. Like the other one.
So he's talking to Meredith, saying about Turtle Boy, I wonder if he's gonna beat you too, like he did the other one. And they're laughing. Chris is laughing, recording.
Baby won't have his dad.
Baby won't have his dad.
Look at this. Look. All the time. You're fucking loser. You're gonna be a fucking loser too. That's gonna stink. That baby won't have a dad. All the time. You had your fucking camera in your phone. Look at this. Look.
Wow, we were just trying to leave and go to our car, and they're all coming up to us. Well, please. Oh my god.
You fucking maggot.
Oh my god.
You're a fucking maggot. Put down on your fucking
Oh shit. Oh, we have all of this on for the blog.
I'm gonna call the Camp Police right now. Let's see what happens. We got that on video.
Oh my god,
right?
he just not.
We got that on video, right?
That's
we got that
Turtle Boy
on
in green.
video, Jimmy.
Thank you. What's your name in case we need another witness to this?
Smart, Jimmy boy.
Okay. Oh my god.
Down, young man.
Just like,
Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get Kevin on the line. We'll see what happens. Camp Police Department.
Yeah, you make fun of everyone for calling
the tough guy crew.
well, this was actual assault.
Yeah. You getting this off?
Filming Meredith, seeing a good little girl filming.
They seem really intimidated. They seem really intimidated.
I don't know what he's saying, what Chris is saying from the door, something about you're filming Meredith or something like that. So, I mean, he knows Turtle Boy's girlfriend's name and everything.
That daddy's gonna be in jail when
They
that baby
seem
comes
really
out.
intimidated.
They're saying Meredith is pregnant and that the baby's daddy's going to be in jail, meaning Turtle Boy.
And you beat women.
Meredith, what are you doing with a guy like this? Huh?
You're a pedophile.
What are you doing with like an asshole like this?
He actually was
Seem
just
like
standing
such a
out here.
sweet, beautiful girl. What are you doing?
Are you molesting your own children?
Do you hear Sam talking to her? You're such a sweet, beautiful girl. What are you doing with him? He's so creepy, man. Who does that?
What do you see?
You just touch her? Maybe a little fucking soft.
No, this is her girlfriend.
What's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation. I just introduced myself to him. I don't know why everybody has to be so like.
Ask her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
He's not a loser. He's a good person. And
Ask her why she's fucking hooking up with like a loser like you.
Like that, get the fuck out of here.
What?
You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser.
now that he was assaulted, we have to wait for.
Let's go. Let's go.
I actually had a really nice conversation with him. He's nice.
Guy's a fucking loser. Loves the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser. Loser. You loser. Keep going. Have fun. Have another beer in there. Go home. What are you doing? You're obsessed. You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser.
I'm actually
Not
not.
as big a loser as this fucking. Put down the phone though and have a conversation. Yeah, nothing about your cell phone.
We just wanted to.
Said a word about your phone. Take a walk down here. Take a 10-foot walk down here, buddy. Take a little walk.
I thought you guys were
Take a little
intimidated.
walk.
So he's wanting him to walk 10 feet down so that he's in front of DNA. That's what he's saying.
You got balls, right?
Please,
Little
okay.
fucking 5'9" man. You got balls. Take a walk. Come on.
What's really happening?
Well, they're intimidated by me. I don't want them to be
In the
scared.
bimbo that you have.
Well, they're not intimidated? Well, then why
Don't you look intimidated?
They're telling the cops. Put your face in front of me again. Put your phone in front of me
Come on,
again.
man. Put your phone down. You're a big fucking
head.
man.
You will not. You absolutely
So they want him to stop recording.
will not, Jimmy.
Yes, that's Turtle Boy in green.
You absolutely will
in
not.
front of his hand so I get a better view of it.
I wouldn't stop recording.
I'll go wherever I please. Wherever I please.
We were just trying to leave here, and like you literally got assaulted by Jim Ferris.
How far along are you? It's not worth it, Meredith. He's gonna be another. It ain't worth it. He's gotta buy it. It ain't worth it. You're gonna talk to your parents though, because you're fucking dumb as shit. How's that nutty bin you've been in? Huh? How's the nutty bin? Whacked up.
Better than the jail you were in for killing a man.
So he just asked Meredith how the nutty bin was that she was in.
1994.
She said better than the jail you were in 1994 for killing a man.
Oh, what a deep fucking hit!
How'd you pay your tax bill?
All right, so
I don't have a million small claims like you.
You talked all that shit about me. Put down your phone and have a conversation.
who are you?
Who am I? You know who the fuck I am.
Listen,
who am I? Who are you? You don't know who I am? Who are you?
What? I think
Put down your fucking phone.
he's the older Albert, Chris Albert Jr. I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr. Oh, gotcha. I didn't. The mustache. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated.
Take a 5-step walk.
And do what? I don't want to scare
Do it, you little puss.
I don't want to intimidate.
For the record, I'm not pregnant,
I don't
but
want to scare you guys.
Take a
I don't want to scare you guys. I know you guys are really scared of me. I don't want to scare anybody.
See how scared
We're doing
we
this
are.
for
Take
our
a
own
walk.
protection.
Take a walk. How
We
scared
don't
we
want
are.
to be anyone. We don't want to scare you guys.
did you call the police?
Oh, not yet.
I mean, we were.
But
should we just?
And obviously someone contacted Jill Daniels because then she pulls up.
No. We're gonna call the police. So you guys just got here. We got it all on film. I was just assaulted by Jim Ferris. He assaulted me. We got it all on video. And now the McAlberts are down here telling me they're gonna kick my ass or something like that, harassing me. We'll see.
He's talking, he's yelling, he's yelling about verbal abuse and stuff. They act like it's not that big a deal, but then they have them press charges against him because they don't like the things he says about them and stuff.
See, there's Colin's talking. I'm glad he's not intimidated.
Calling me pregnant.
I'm glad he's not intimidated at least. So yeah, we got there. I'm surprised to see Ryan down here like this. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. And I didn't say shit. I'm not protesting. I'm just trying to eat a.
No, you already.
I'm
you
just
already
trying to eat a meal.
You already initiated
We are
contact.
just trying to.
Yeah, you ran up to us when we were trying to leave dinner.
To see if McCarthy's.
We were walking on a sidewalk and you ran up to us.
We ate dinner, and then all of a sudden.
How are your small claims? Did you pay the pepperoni man?
On video. You guys are claim to be so scared.
Did you pay the pepperoni man lately? No, because you still got small claims.
We're just trying to eat a meal of food.
How are the roids calling? I know your roid rage is getting.
Can you believe this is happening, dude? What are they like? This is wild. These guys, they prove me right every single time. Every time, baby. Every time.
Case is lost.
I hope you're ready to hear the word not guilty, right?
Get the fuck out of
Get
here,
ready
you
for the
piece
word
of shit.
not
You're a
guilty.
fucking
Not guilty.
Get the fuck
Not
out of here.
guilty. Not guilty. Get used to those words. You're gonna hear it this week. Not guilty. 3 times you're gonna hear that shit. Not guilty. Not guilty. Get ready. Get ready. It's coming. So anyway.
Where are the canned police now? It's been going on 8 minutes.
When Jim Ferris assaults you, they don't come.
Yeah, they called the cops, I guess. We got it all on video. I got assaulted by Jim Ferris. He came up and assaulted me on video. He smelled like shit too. He smells exactly what you would imagine he smells like.
Yeah, this was during the last
We're all
trial.
over here, I don't know. We're just trying to eat dinner. We went in here to eat a nice
We're
meal
just
of
trying to
food.
walk out on a sidewalk.
I come outside.
I think the fans wanting pictures triggered
What's
them.
up? It's just the McAlberts being assholes again. That's what they do. We're just trying to eat food. I just wanted to eat a meal of food in peace. It was lovely. It was really good. I really liked the dinner here. And I heard the food was good at C.F. McCarthy, so I wanted to eat the food. I'm not bothering anyone. So I am filming this for my own protection. My own protection. Own protection.
He
That's
had
what I'm
none.
doing. So that's it. So I don't want to scare them because these are the people that claim they're intimidated by me. We're out here harassing me, just assaulted me. These people claim they're so scared and they're so intimidated by little old me. Little old me. No, nobody's afraid. That's not what they told the police. That's not what they told the police.
That's a good thought for Tim.
So I mean, that's good. I'm glad you said that though. I'm glad you said that no one's scared. My lawyer's gonna love that one.
No,
My
because
lawyer's gonna
he
love
was
that
just
one.
assaulted. So why would we have a conversation with you?
Assaulted me. Yeah, assaulted. Yeah, when you hit.
Smack your little phone out of your little hands.
I know. I'm so little, bro. I'm so little.
Person admitting
I'm
to
so
what
little.
happened.
I know.
He can
I
be a
know.
witness to the
I'm so
assault
little.
now.
I know. I get it. I know.
Behind the phone, you're nothing.
Well, I feel like I'm something.
Yeah, you're something.
I feel like I'm something because you guys know who I am. You guys know who I am. How about pedophile? Okay. Okay. Sure thing. So they seem really scared.
I know, but this guy isn't worth it. He's a piece of shit. It's just
Yeah,
Oh, but it was worth it to come and yell at us.
I mean, we were just minding our. We just.
So he's done banging her, then he gets another one, and then
So
he
we
gets
were just trying to mind our own business.
Why you take a picture of him? How many girlfriends other than you?
Take a picture of who?
Just like this.
Oh, I took a picture. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So why'd you do that? You instigated it. You
Taking a
think we
picture
would
is
have
instigating?
been?
No, Colin was leaving and then he decided to
Taking a
come up to
picture?
us.
With yourself though. That's my little brother.
So you're.
We
So
wouldn't
what?
be here
He
though.
came up
So
to
what?
us.
What did I do? He came
We
up
were
to us.
walking on a sidewalk. We're allowed to walk
Parked
on a
right
sidewalk.
there, your fucking shitty Lexus that you got paid for by fucking Gary.
No,
This
we
guy's
didn't.
fucking right there. He's a sack of fuck. He's another. In 2
Oh,
seconds, you
Justice
I would
for
tap
Peter
your
Berger.
face up and down the sidewalk in 2 seconds.
You'll beat my face.
So good.
I wouldn't. I could.
You could.
Said he'd beat Turtle Boy's face up and down the sidewalk.
Yeah, you see.
Up and down the. Yeah, he's a sack of fuck. He's another. In 2 seconds, you
Justice
I would
for
tap
Peter
your
Berger.
face up and down the sidewalk in 2 seconds.
You'll beat my face.
good.
I wouldn't. I could.
You
I
could.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't.
You seem
I
really
wouldn't.
intimidated. You seem really intimidated. I'm glad you said that on film. I'm glad
Now
you said
letting
that
us
on
do that
film.
alone from me? Oh.
Oh, really?
Oh,
See?
good one.
Just in case you were
Stumpy.
entitled to feel bad for these people at all.
Because
This
I'm
is
not
who they
letting you
really
guys
are.
get this one.
Look at these animals.
Just like
Look
the
at
rest
these
of them,
goons.
right? That's why
Look
you're
at these
here.
goons.
That you joined a
Goons.
fucking club full of
Goons.
losers. You guys were nobody's growing up and you're nobody's now.
I'm actually with somebody and I'll
I don't know.
tell
I
you
feel like
that.
she's somebody.
That's what it is. It's a cult full of losers. Look what you're wearing. Like you guys are all
I know. Under Armour, it's gay as shit. I know. It's gay. I'm so gay.
nothing without yourself.
Actually,
I'm nothing.
I don't think I'm involved.
For what kid?
The kid that your girlfriend.
I don't know, Colin. I feel like
Bro,
of
there's
the two of us,
more than
I'd be a
your
little more worried about jail if I was you, son. I don't know. I'm just saying. I feel like I'm going to be good. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What are you doing on the phone?
Are you scared? I thought you were intimidated. I'm just trying to eat dinner, bro. I'm just trying to eat dinner. I come out here, there's a goon. You got assaulted by your goons.
Respect.
Oh.
That's why
I can't please now. We're only at 11 minutes. 11 minutes.
No, I'm not
11 minutes. They're still waiting for the police.
Die in like 3 years.
Yeah, it's 11 minutes. Yeah, they show up really fast when they call.
That's where you're going, right? So why is your wife taking videos?
Am I in America?
Yeah, you're in America. Yeah, so
I'm allowed to do whatever. I'm not involved in this stuff. I'm in America.
Yeah, we're just trying to.
So now he's talking to Chris Albert Jr. is talking to other people, asking them why they're recording.
I just came out of.
reading on the sidewalk.
I just got dinner and I come outside and I got assaulted by Jim
Lacey,
Farris.
shut up.
It was bizarre.
Dude,
It was bizarre.
Yo, do you drug your girlfriend? She looks awful like lousy. You're gonna send her back to that binge.
That's Colin Albert saying, yo, do you drug your girlfriend? She's kind of lousy. Hold on.
She was in. Do you drug your girlfriend? She looks awful like lousy. You're gonna send her back to that binge she was in, aren't you?
You're going to send her back to that bin she was in, aren't you? Like, what? What? You just ran across the street back to your dad's and had everybody come outside, and now you're standing there talking shit? That's crazy. That is so crazy.
Another one pregnant.
Who's the FBI
Another one
investigating?
beat, another one pregnant. Children, I feel bad for her. Drinking with a baby too while you're pregnant. It's not a good.
I'm not pregnant, but unfortunately for your friend Lindsay, we would actually have a baby. We wouldn't get an abortion because she's trash. We'd actually talk about it.
My eyes just dot all around. Crazy town.
Yeah.
Crazy town.
These are the victims. Yeah.
To address
These are
Grant's
people who are they're so
rumors
intimidated,
So
guys.
you
They're
come to
so
my place of
intimidated.
business now. You're harassing us again.
No, we did not come to
We're
your
not
place of
harassing
business. Nobody
shit.
wants to come to your place of business.
We're not harassing.
Nobody
shit.
wants to come to your place of business
Yeah, nobody
ever.
wants to
You went
meet
to see
you
if
now.
McCarthy's.
Oh, good. We
Let's
got
get it
real
straight.
We got real food. We're good. We got some real food.
Just like nobody else is coming to your business.
So we are down here, guys, and I don't know. We just went and again.
Just
getting here.
regurgitate the same exact thing.
I'll explain what I was
Look at
doing
the
later.
DNA reviews
but
even before
basically,
2023 when you reported on this. They're all bad.
We're hungry.
In case you didn't know, this is Meredith's camera view. So when Jill Daniels comes back, like you're gonna be able to see her and Turtle Boy both.
Go to see if McCarthy's for dinner, and then on my way in, I had Colin Albert's there, right? He says something to me. I took a picture on my way in, and he goes and
I'm not 18, I'm 34, but thanks for the compliment.
we eat our food.
Love that.
Everybody in there, we had a great
This
time.
happened, and then that happened. And then after I dumped that girl, I went with the next girl, and then the next girl, and then the next girl, and then I had another turtle rat.
Who cares?
My stuff. So then she's next. You know that you're just the.
How's Officer Wade? How's Officer Wade?
Why do you think the whole town
How's
is the
Officer
way that
Wade?
they are? You're
How's
supposed
Officer
to
Wade?
represent this.
Also, they're the most incestuous bastards I've ever seen. And also, why is that any of his business? What's that got to do with anything? How many people he has sex with or dates, Turtle Boy does. What does that have to do with these people at all?
You're just the flavor of the week, right?
Okay.
You know that you were
You were supposed to be a representative of this town.
That's the chairman of the Board of Selectmen right there.
He's not a chairman.
Or whatever he is. He's on the
He's
Board of
the one.
They're
Selectmen.
not from Canton, so they're not allowed to
I'm
open the street.
a resident of Canton.
Sally Port goes, they're waiting for the police so he can file a report. Turtle Boy does file a report on Jill and Jim Ferris.
This guy, look.
He just said we're not from Canton, so we're not allowed to be
We're not
here.
allowed
You are supposed to be representing.
So I guess this is what happened. I literally got assaulted.
Family, I haven't said a word for 2.5 years.
Okay, they're not
You
coming
said
to
plenty of
your
words in 2.5 years.
Did you get a chance to call?
That started all this? Did you see that tweet that started all
Did you
this?
get a chance to call?
I did, they're on their way.
Oh, they are, cool.
Yep, they're on their way.
He's on the way.
Oh my
I
God.
did. It was pretty fun. I didn't kill anyone, though. I didn't kill anyone, Chris.
Weight Watchers.
Justice for Peter Berger.
Why don't you do the right thing and just walk the fuck away? Get off the damn board.
You see that? See what
No, I'm talking about get off the damn board.
Oh God, here we go.
Oh, here comes
Okay, well, step down, Chris.
You too.
Step down.
They could all just go back inside.
You need to step on a scale is what you need to do.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Who taught you how to talk to a fucking woman?
You're not a woman. You look like a dude.
You shouldn't talk on her looks when you look like you.
Did you say something to me?
I did. I said they could all go back inside D&E. They don't need to be out there.
Oh,
They're choosing to be out there. Oh,
Right.
because like some people think like Turtle Boy like should have just left. Well, he can't. He has to now file the assault report with the cops that he called. And if he tries to leave after calling the cops, then he's going to be in trouble.
for sure. And also, you have to remember that he was like on bond or whatever.
Yeah, he can't
So-
he can't leave at this point. But they don't. None of them needed to be there. They all got called and all came down because they heard that he was there.
Yeah. I have to put the crumbs on top of my pie, so
All right, just play it. I'll be quiet.
okay. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you.
Really? No, because I want it all documented. Because when they try to put intimidation charges on me, I want to be fucking covered. Do you think I give a shit?
What did you do wrong?
What did I do wrong? I fucking live in this town, and they're a fucking disgrace.
Don't even get into it. Don't even get into it.
How has this been going on 15 minutes now and no police still with this scene?
I don't know. I can call them.
We are filming for our own protection here.
Oh boy.
Oh, look who it is. Look who's here.
Fucking prick.
Here she is.
You know what? I'm so sick of your shit.
Oh, she stole my phone.
Oh my God. Wow.
Enough is enough. You're a prick.
Can I have my phone,
No.
please?
How's your kids? How's
Stole
your
my
kids?
phone.
They look so proud of their dad.
That's assault, Joe.
Give us the phone.
Give him his phone
That's
back.
assault, Neil.
Give him his phone back.
You look
Need my
20
phone
years
back,
older
Joe.
than me. You look fatter than me.
I'm gonna need my phone back.
No
Nobody
shit.
cares.
Half the money.
Give him his phone. Just hand it over.
Where's your top lip?
I'm gonna need
Where's
my
your
phone
top
back,
lip? And no, I'm
Jill,
sorry,
can I
did
have
you
my
go
phone back,
loopy?
please?
Did you go crazy?
Jill, can I please
Give
have
him
my
the
phone
fuck up! No
Give
one
him
asked
his
you.
phone. Give him his phone. You have his property. That's enough. Give him his phone.
Go ahead and touch it.
Give him his phone.
Give my phone back, Joe.
You can't steal his phone. Are you kidding me? There you go.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Okay,
This happened? Is this real life?
Your kids should be, you're a loser. Piece of shit. I have wrinkles. I don't care, but guess what? I have a good heart. You are a prick. You're going to jail. And I
How would
cannot
the
wait.
police
And
not
guess
come
what? You're
yet?
going to be without a boyfriend because this prick is going to jail.
I mean, I'll be with my boyfriend longer than you will. You're just gonna die.
Okay, don't even worry about it. She's not worried.
You are, I'm just like,
Just let her
didn't you
talk.
go
Just let
nuts?
her talk.
Didn't
You're
you
the one
get
yelling right now.
Just let her talk.
You're the one yelling right
Just
now.
let her talk.
Guess
Don't
what?
even talk
He's cheating
back.
on
Don't
you.
even talk back.
He's
Don't even
cheating.
talk back.
What the fuck you
Don't even
taping?
talk back. Who are you yelling at?
Who are you? Like, look at you. How many times you got punched in the nose? What are your teeth? You make fun of my teeth? Yours are chiclets.
Most of your skin.
Okay. My skin, I have wrinkles. I don't care. Guess what? I stick up my female. How many siblings do you have? Has anyone stuck up for you? No, they don't like you. They don't like you.
You say so.
You guys can all tape me. Like, why are you taping me?
I can't imagine why.
You're running up and assaulting people.
I'm so sick of you
Your
harassing
behavior
my
is
family.
no one's harassing anyone. I'm just
What?
trying to eat dinner.
Why are you here? You don't
I'm
live here.
hungry.
How
They
the fuck
serve
has this
food
been
in here.
17
So why are you
minutes
here?
and no police?
Because I want food.
How is this allowed?
No idea. Well, why don't you just leave everyone alone?
I am.
Why are you even there, Jill?
I was just about to say,
Why are you
you
here?
showed up here. Like, you showed
Yeah.
up here.
That's why I'm like, who's intimidating who here? He's not yelling at these people. He's not cussing them out. He's not saying, hey, come another 5 feet so I can do whatever I want to do to you. He's not calling other people and having them come down here. That's what they did.
Right. And Lacey, this is the one who's best friends with Courtney Proctor's sister.
This is
Michael
Chris
Proctor's
Albert's
sister,
sister-in-law.
Courtney.
Yeah, this is Chris Albert's sister-in-law.
Yes.
I'm just
Jim Ferris comes up to me.
Absolutely.
Why are you so involved?
The came girl pie. That's great for happening.
No, they did not.
Well, you obviously killed John O'Keefe.
No, they did not.
I was not there, but Colin was. I did not kill John.
Colin was not there.
Like,
So he got assaulted. He got assaulted. I took his phone. That's why Ryan.
She's nuts, bro. She's crazy. I mean, she's crazy.
Here we go. Finally, 17 minutes later, guys.
That's a long ass time.
Why do you care? You didn't know John. Why do you care?
Why do you care? You didn't know John? Like, what does that have to do with whether you care or not? Whether you knew John?
This is
I
not
didn't know
Jen's
John.
sister. This is Julie's sister. This is so Chris Albert is married to Julie. Julie's sister is Jill Daniels, who you're seeing here. This
They
would
kind of
be
look the same.
They wouldn't even actually be related because it would be so Jen is Nicole Albert's sister, who's married to Brian Albert, and Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers. So this
Dude,
is
it's
Chris Albert's
incestuous.
sister-in-law.
Is she next on our list? She is. Julie. So
Julie's next on the list.
Yeah, this woman's sister, Julie, which is Chris's wife, she's the next testimony that we'll watch. Like, this woman wasn't even there that night. She wasn't at the bar that night. She wasn't there in the morning. Like,
nope.
But this is her getting all crazy. And she is, like I said, I can't even stress it enough. And you don't know this yet because we haven't seen any Proctor testimony, but like, she is the connection between Proctor and the Alberts because she is his sister Courtney's best friend.
Yeah, and why does anybody care that John died? Why you didn't even know John? So why do any of us care? We just shouldn't care that John died because we didn't know him. So
yeah, that's crazy. That's just entirely insane.
All right.
It's almost over. Anyway, they do get charged. They have to appear.
You know what? You can tape me all you want. I don't care.
No,
I'll stick up for my family.
I don't want to stop you.
We don't have to see the rest of this, right? I mean, we saw Chris Albert saying he was going to beat his face up and down the sidewalk.
So Turtle Boy wants to press charges, or wants them to press charges of assault on Jill Daniels and what's his name, the
Ugh,
pizza
he's
delivery.
so gross.
He's weird, dude. That's a weird dude.
He's so I can look right now in Massports.
Yeah, and the pizza delivery guy, what's his name? Jim Ferris. And so we don't hear anything for a while after this happens last year. And then finally we find out that they do press charges, but I don't know where they're at as of today. So hopefully Sleuthie can find that. Donnie, this guy right here in the gray with the black shorts on is Ryan and Juliana Nagel's brother, Sam Nagel. And then the guy next to him sitting down that's smiling is Chris Albert Jr. That's Colin's older brother. And then the girl right here is Julie Nagel. The guy in the red is Ryan Nagel. And then I'm almost positive that's Colin Albert with the black sweats and the hat on. I thought he had a jacket on earlier,
This is
but
Colin.
it is Colin. Okay, yeah.
This is Ryan Nagel. This is Chris Albert. That's Julie Nagel.
Right.
Which these people, nobody knows about her yet. So that's like, we didn't get to her yet. Wait till you all see. She
didn't testify this trial.
She's a bro.
She is a bro. Like, that's why
She's
it's
a
so
bro.
fucking weird that like they're yelling at that other lady like, you're a dude. Like, seriously? Yeah, oh, he did have a hoodie on. I thought he did when he was like, "Oh my god, I can't even get food at my dad's place of business. Oh, call 911, everybody. Call the police. There's a turtle boy on the street." But this was awesome because all these people think that Turtle Boy is so scary and so intimidating that they're having him arrested and indicted in the state of Massachusetts for being such a big, scary guy that he's intimidating them. And then they're all sitting here going, we're not afraid of you. We're not scared of you.
Miku, do you know where I can find there? Is it Dedham District Court? Where do I find dude, mass courts? Like, I know how to get to Karen's because
I'll be right back.
Okay. Because I've done it like a million times and it's really easy, but like, this is the stupidest. Stoughton, maybe. These are the stupidest. This is the stupidest court website I've ever had the displeasure of having. Oh, found it. Nope. That's small claims. Jillian Daniels, small claims, file date March 27th, 2025. This is new. What's this for? What? Who knew about this?
Wait, what happened? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well, I was looking for Jill Daniels' other thing, and it popped up this thing, Jillian Daniels, Discover Bank. It says it's a small claims one from 3/27/2025 for small claim over $5,000. Settlement of small claims entered through e-file, blah, blah, blah. Corporate disclosure statement filed by corporate party on small claim. Military affidavit filed as part of the plaintiff's statement of small claims alleging party is not in military service. Says small claims magistrate trial scheduled and notice is sent to parties for February 12th or 18th of 2026. That's a year away. Okay, but
That's
how do I find?
assault?
Huh?
Is that for the assault or what was that for?
No, that was they're being sued. These people get sued constantly. They don't pay their bills.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out which one of these courts the assault
Miku
was
put
in.
the case number in for you.
What's the case number?
2455 CR 000928. Does Mass show if people file for divorce? If there was a filing for divorce, I think it would already be out there. I think we would have seen it.
To wait for Jill. But which court though?
I don't know. Wouldn't it be in Canton?
No, it's not like that.
Whatever county it is, Norfolk County.
Yeah, it's not showing up under that one. Stoughton District. Okay. All right. Jillian Amy Daniels. Oh, her attorney is that Krowski guy, the guy that goes on the TV. So her charges A and B, misdemeanor, more than 100 days incarceration. So the last thing on here was, oh. So on April 15th, it says court orders charges to be dismissed upon completion of pretrial probation conditions. And then same day it says court orders charges to be I just said that. And then 4/15 tender of plea filed. And then same day order of pretrial conditions of release under GLC 276-87 filed. Let's see what that is. That's probably pretrial probation or whatever. So they'll get off like it's no big deal. I mean, let's be so for real. If you can kill somebody and only spend 6 months in jail, 2025, Indiana girl, and only spend 6 months in jail, then like, there's really not much hope for me for how you're going to be punished for an assault and battery. You know what I'm saying? These people
So nothing happened to them in April of 2025?
That says court, all it says in April 2025, April 15th, 2025, it says court orders charges to be dismissed upon completion of pretrial probation conditions.
Okay.
What the hell is on this screen?
So they got probation? Oh, I just changed it.
No, not that one. My other computer. There's something on the screen. Okay.
Okay, so this is essentially, I'm going to try to see if I can find it.
And Jim's is a 9, ends in a 9.
Yeah.
Why does that one give me an option to pay?
Maybe Jim didn't get a deal.
No, his says exactly the same thing.
What happened with her assaulting that woman at Shipwrecked that she got kicked out for?
That must be somewhere that's not Stoughton District Court because of the
it was Stoughton too.
Well, I can search by her name.
Kat, is it not the one that I have up?
What do you have?
Look at a different one?
What do you have up?
The why they're saying that Turtle Boy intimidated them.
Wait, am I looking up another thing for Jill?
Yeah, you were supposed to be looking up the Shipwrecked when she got booted for assaulting the chick in Shipwrecked.
I only have one thing.
The last 2 restaurants that they were at were C.F. McCarthy. John O'Keefe was found in. A blogger was charged with witness intimidation because he was speaking into the cameras of D&E Pizza, and Chris Albert is a witness in that trial. So I went to this area to go get a perspective of all 3 restaurants, the cameras, and while I was there filming in front of C.F. McCarthy's, a woman had walked up and we had a conversation for about 5 minutes after she pointed to the signs in the windows of D&E Pizza, asking me if I support both of the signs, which is supporting justice for John O'Keefe and supporting Canton Police Department. Right at the end of our conversation, I noticed a Jeep pull up a couple parking spots down, and I was finished with my filming, so I went over to my car. I had heard a call come in for a woman that thought she was being followed, so while I was walking over to my car, I sat down to get directions off of Google Maps to that place.
Is the caller Jim Kathy's? The last ping on the phone was by Steeplechase on Chapman.
Once I got in my car, he got out of his Jeep and he started literally standing there staring at me. So I activated my body cam and started recording with my phone. As you see, he's going to be staring at me right when I start recording. And he was doing that for at least 10, 15 seconds. He goes to the door and then he walks back to his vehicle. Once I start pulling away, he also pulls out of his parking spot. So I figured what he was going to do is follow me. So I banged a Yui and we ended up passing by each other once again.
Banged a Yui? I haven't heard that forever.
And then I headed to the call that I was going to of the woman being followed, which was very close to the police station on Washington Street. It's called Cassie's Corner Store. That call was cleared as soon as I was pulling up. The officers were getting back in their car. I went down the street, turned around. I ended up being behind a police officer, and I was heading to Canton PD. I parked here at the cemetery, and I walked down to Canton PD because you know how we do when we're out filming police. You don't want them to get your vehicle and your identification from your license.
Wait, so Colin is only an hour and 48 minutes. Like, it's a Friday. Should we watch him and then we'll show the fighting videos too? Miku did send them to me.
I have to go to football in about an hour. So I don't know if you want to start that. This is Mass Accountability's channel.
He's like another guy, like a different guy. He's like not a turtle boy. He's like a different person.
Right. Just FYI.
Someone do the math. If it's an hour and 48 minutes and we watch it in 1.25, like I feel like we blew through.
I mean, I can always turn it on. I can always end it from my phone still. I just have to. I'll have to leave again to go to football.
Well, I put a pie in the thing for like a little over an hour, and like it went off, and I thought it was an entirely different timer, like because I had just sat down. So, but it's up to everybody. I don't care if we want to do the call-in one because that's a shorter one, and then we could do. Because we're not going to see each other until Monday. I can't do that kind of math either.
Into the police department, and you can see his Jeep to the left right there. Yeah. I pay him no mind because I'm not there for him. I'm there to document the police department, as I visited there 2 years prior.
Oh, is Gallagher on this?
They had limited access to the public on the second floor, which they have since I was there last time. When I came outside, Colin was gone, and then Chris passed by me right here, and he went through the authorized personnel only, going around.
Oh, what's that?
The one-way exit on the other side of the building.
When
I was walking back to the cemetery, I turned around and noticed Colin passing by me once again right here. So I knew what he was going to do. He's going to go down and turn around once again. So I turn around, go back, and I stand on this stone wall so I can get another video of him once again passing by me, as it seems as he's following me and not I'm following him. Remember, D&E Pizza was to the right when you come out of the police department, and he took a left.
Yes,
and this must be the second time he looped around because of what he describes in this body-worn camera footage. After he went by, I started cleaning my windows because I was parked underneath a tree, and then I heard the radio transmission come in, which made me get this body cam footage.
Can you return? Speak to a party in the lobby. They're being followed around. Connected to the recent
And as you all heard, it said not related to the recent call, which was the other call I went to down at Cassie's Corner Store. For everyone that follows me here on YouTube, I'm sorry I haven't been posting lately. I have a lot of stuff that's been going on. I'm going to be able to post a lot more and kind of give you guys updates of what's been happening. I have one case that's in the appeals process, and I have another case that's going to be a revocation of plea. So I'm going to have two open cases once again, and I will keep you guys up to date what's going on. I appreciate all the support. Much love, respect, and appreciation.
Hey guys. Hey, what's up? Do you guys want to have a seat? We'll talk in the interview room. Give you some privacy. Yep. What's going on? What's up? Quiet.
This is not Turtle Boy. This is this in the office right now is Chris and Colin Albert, and this is Mass Accountability's channel, and they tried to get him for witness intimidation. I don't know where that ever ended up. It's too much to keep track of.
Oh, so this is not.
So what's going on today?
What?
I want the body cam. Where's the footage of this for the turtle? That's what I want to see. I want to see what they're saying. Or do they even bother to go in? Did they just call them or text them on their personal phones?
Probably.
Wow.
So episode 684 on Turtle Boy is Jill Daniels' shipwreck, FYI. So if you want that.
No, I have Colin queued up, and then I have Colin getting his ass beat.
Okay.
Queued up.
You guys?
I just want to finish this.
So pretty much I went supposed to work for him today.
Okay.
These people instigate folks, and then they call the police. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
So 10.
He's legit following him around. He's following
And then
him
went to the
around.
police.
It says I'm being followed.
I can't.
50.
Yeah, pulled in the front of D&E.
So you parked on Wash?
Yep.
Okay.
And I saw some guy in front of D&E. I didn't really think anything of it. And so we crossed the street. I stopped paying attention. And then I go up to the door at D&E, and there's this guy in this 1960 Lincoln just staring
It's not
at
a
me.
Lincoln Colin. I looked
No,
at
it's a
it.
Lincoln, 150% a Lincoln.
Okay.
Just staring at me, which happens.
Is it the same guy that you saw before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And he got in his Lincoln and just walked back to my car, hopped in my car, and drove away. And I went up towards Canton Market, pulled around in Canton Market, and all of a sudden he was going the same way I was going. And then I went down towards the town hall. I pulled around in the town hall and through the back like business buildings over there. And I pulled out of the town hall, and all of a sudden he's right behind me again. So I went back up towards D&E. I think I pulled around in maybe the Walgreens parking lot.
Yep.
I can't even remember now. And then I drove straight here, and then I drove straight here, and then all of a sudden the guy.
You want to go lock the car?
No, it's all right. I mean, it's in the police station. It should be fine.
And then
So just to have this right, you went from D&E to Kent Market. Did you pull
back on Washington going back?
Did you take a left down mechanic?
And turned around in the park.
So did you go mechanic and then like kind of
that little swoop?
Yeah, you did a swoop, and then you went opposite. You went towards the police station. You went towards town hall.
Yeah, and
And
then
then
turned around in the building right next to the town hall.
You didn't turn up to Sherman Street. You turned.
Oh, no, I turned on to Sherman
Okay,
Street.
so
turned on to Sherman Street, and then that first right,
first left,
first right, not in the town hall, the building.
Okay, so that's like 770. Let's call it.
Yeah.
So let's say.
I can't with these people.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to the next part then.
And you know, it's really shitty when there are people who like are being followed, are being harassed. And that's honestly, so do I think that some people covering a case can get a little paranoid? Of course they can. But
so the officer tells them here that no crime was committed. And to essentially they're going to need to move on and just get the documentation if they want to.
Oh, you should know this too.
I thought there was the other clip. I thought he went further into the Turtle Boy. Maybe it's a different video that I'm thinking of, that he goes into the Turtle Boy stuff.
You should also know that right like before Turtle Boy was indicted with the witness intimidation, they tried to do the same thing, and Chris tried to get, I know it was Chris, and I believe, and Jen McCabe, there might have been others, but I know it was Jen McCabe that tried, and Chris tried to get protection orders against Turtle Boy before he was indicted.
Yes.
And so like they have a habit of going to the police and like wanting charges and things like that. So anyway, they got denied.
People because I don't like them and they're following me around.
Yeah.
But notice how he says like the guy was outside of D&E and so he got scared. But there was also a lady outside of D&E that he never brings up. So that the woman there didn't scare him. Just this random dude scared him. The lady was fine. You know, the two of them were talking to each other.
Isn't it the middle of the town?
I mean, and he also said I was supposed to be working. Like, so why didn't you just go to fucking work? So what, is D&E like closed? Like, who's working? Jim Barris?
He's a pizza delivery guy. But I saw Mass Accountability post, I think that was who it was, post some video the other day that I saw really quickly.
Yeah, it's a good channel. It has a lot of info.
Well, I saw it on Twitter and it was like Gallagher. He was standing there talking to Gallagher. I think that was him.
I think so. Here,
I could say, wait a minute. What the hell?
Put this in the. I'm I'm going to put this in the chat so you guys make sure you guys go check out Mass Accountability's channel. I'll put it in the description too.
So Colin's really funny. Actually, like why does it tickle me so much to hear like Alan Jackson and David Unetti cuss in court? Like it's just me.
It's so funny. Because
Like,
it's
I'm like,
just one professional and we're like, oh my God, they're going to get in trouble. But it's like they're saying whatever it is. Whatever he was saying. It was like, is that what you said? Is that what you said?
He was like, did you say? It's just so funny because when you hear Colin, oh my God, I'm spilling cheese puffs. When you hear Colin in the video that they'll play, he sounds one way. And then in court, Sleepless Sleuth, he was talking to some lady in a car when he was approached by somebody. That's the one that I saw. But when in court, he's asked, like, what did you say? What did you say in the video? The way he says this, like he thinks he's like a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old. He's not supposed to be cussing, but like someone's forcing him to. It's just it's so funny. So
don't make me say it.
But he says it like you'll know when we get there. But he says here when he testifies, he says that he's like never been in a fight in his life, right? So after he testifies, Turtle Boy puts on social media and says in his show, he's like, I'll give like $100 to whoever sends me a video of Colin and Albert fighting. And dude, they did.
Like in droves, people just started sending him videos like immediately. That's why this McAlbert crew is intimidated by Turtle Boy, is he has too much information and he shares too much, and you don't see my air quotes, too much information to the public that these people do not want out there.
Him getting his ass beat by the nerd in flip flops is fire. Wait till y'all hear some of the stuff that this boy says. There are things that have stuck into my head, like that I'm still bringing up for other stuff, like his excuse for the knuckles thing.
Oh God, yes.
But when he said it, my mouth was like, I was like, did you? What?
So for anybody who doesn't know, so Colin Albert is the son of Chris Albert that we just watched his testimony. I'll change the banner so that it's
and he was at the house. Yeah, it won't let me edit them, Teresa. I could take it down, but I can't like change it. I was going to change that exact one. So basically, for a very long time, they avoided even mentioning that Colin Albert was even anywhere at the house that night. Then it came out that he was. So he got drug into this, and this will be brought up here. Wait till you see his alibi proof. So people following the case would be like, this is in the presence of the jury. We start in the presence of the jury. They'll say Colin was in the house. You heard them say it in the video we were just watching. Like they'll say Colin was in the house, and everyone was like, yes, he was. So he was.
Because everybody was hiding the fact that he was there.
Yes, and that was the problem.
Look, we only said that because he was there before, and it wasn't there at the time that John got there. And it's like, okay, so John was there.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's not what I meant. So okay, I'll be right back.
And Karen said that they him and John had like a tenuous relationship. We got the whole thing about the lawn, and he would throw Colin would throw beer bottles on John's lawn and stuff. Like they didn't like each other. I think even Colin said fuck you to John once or something. I don't even know like the entire thing. He'll confront him on it, but he was 17 at the time, but he was drinking a lot. Yeah, they let them drink like young. And anyway, he was just basically able to do whatever he wants. He's out. It's midnight. Nobody knows where he's at. His parent, whatever. So did Colin use the word? What was it? Calisthenics? I think he did. When he listen, I'm just going to play it because this little dummy, I just cannot. Yes, he did have tore up knuckles after John was found dead, but his excuse for like why that happened is just, I literally can't. His mom does write emails to Morrissey. In fact, recently there was like a conversation about in a FOIA dump where there's a reference to, I think Jill, or maybe it was Julie, his mom, where they say basically that Michael Morrissey had just like filmed the announcement. I don't know who has seen the hostage video where he says, "This gotta stop. Colin Albert wasn't in the house." The rotten colon does fall far from the ass. Like, okay, let me just do it. Let me just play it for you. She changed it. Homer's nephew. Okay. She spelled it wrong. It's spelled colon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
So I think he's like 20 now, I guess.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Colin Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my mother, my father, and my 2 brothers,
And your mother and your father, what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
And your brothers, what are their names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your 2 brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you work? Do you go to school?
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
Hi, Kim.
And
oh, he's not. Let me, before I tell you he's not. No, he's not sped up. Should I speed it up? There's going to be parts, though, where I don't want to speed him up. I could speed him up through Lally, but I can do 1.25, but you gotta hear him on cross, and they do like a or dire or whatever. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Miku. That's what I was about to say was, so he says here that he goes to Bridgewater State. He then says that because of the harassment and intimidation and stuff that he had to leave college. He had to drop out or whatever. But he also says that he doesn't even look at social media and like know about what anybody says. But I don't know. You'll have to hear him yourself.
What year are you in?
I am going into my junior year.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I do not.
Do you recall whether it was a weekday, weekend?
Weekend.
And turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, do you recall where you went that night?
Yes, I do.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I was a senior in high school.
So end of January, you would have been about 4 months away or so from graduation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his?
Mike.
And where does Mike live in relation to you?
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
I'm so confused.
How far is it from?
I don't know what that means. So
About like
silly.
7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house, was it just you and Mike, or if anyone else was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the 2 of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
No, I do not remember.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall
What time did you get home that night? Like 12:07 and 10 seconds. But I don't remember any other time from anything else.
When you,
in my whole life.
do you recall, let me ask you this. As far as that particular night that you went out, did you drink any alcoholic beverages while you were out?
Yes.
And did you drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
And when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and then do you recall where you went from there?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you say you went to your uncle's house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My Uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert?
Yes.
And how is he your uncle, sort of how is he related?
He is my father's brother.
And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
When do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
And do you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or what, if any, kind of relationship you have with Allie?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do family events and stuff like that together.
And you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes.
And how long have you known each
My whole entire life.
other? So not blood related, but someone that you see at family events?
Yes.
And someone that was in the same grade?
Wait,
went to the
can
same
you
school
pause
as you?
it?
Correct.
And that school, which school did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
And
Who wasn't? Is it Brian Albert, the one that slept with somebody's sister when they were younger? Do you know what I'm talking about? Does anybody in chat know what I'm talking about?
I bet Miku would know. I feel like I remember this conversation.
Yes.
It wasn't Jen. Was it Jen? Was it a Daniels?
I don't remember. But like when they were younger, before he dated Nicole. I'm going to have to go back and try to figure this story out because now it's really going to bug me.
I was going to say, I'm going to have to do it.
He dated somebody's sister and then he married Nicole. But because he's known Jen since she was like little, but he dated somebody else.
It was
it Jen's sister?
I swear it was a sister.
Was it Jen's other sister?
I think it was a Daniels.
Well, it's Julie's sister?
No.
It says Brian and Nicole have been together since high school. Yeah, but it's so then I might be wrong on the Brian thing, and maybe it was a Chris, but I'm almost positive it was Brian Albert who dated somebody's sister. Please don't anybody take this away saying this is fact, because my memory, I'm trying to get back in my memory of what the story was, and I cannot remember it.
No, I think it's a Turtle Boy thing. Now I have to find it because I remember that. I don't remember. Was it a Weeks? I feel like it was a Weeks, but not Nicole, because I feel like then he married the sister.
I'm wondering if it was Jen and Nicole's other sister.
Surely not Dee Dee. Was it?
I don't know. So if anybody watches this on replay or is behind on chat, if you guys remember, somebody message me or just put it in the comments section or underneath the video or something, because I remember this from last trial. I remember it being a bigger deal, and I just can't pull it from my memory. Definitely wasn't the other sisters, Denise or Michelle. Okay. Maybe it was just Jen when they were older.
No, I don't think it was Jen.
Brian and Jen, Sherry says.
Was it? No, I don't think it was Jen.
There was a wrong sister story, Dante said.
Right. That he married the wrong sister.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a Cecil.
Okay, do it. I'm scarfing some leftover spaghetti in my face before I have to leave for football. You can play this while you look if you want.
Okay. That's exactly what I remember. I remember the wrong sister thing. I'm going to find it.
Did you have at that time any kind of a curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock? If you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around that time?
Just around midnight.
And so after when you arrive there, you go into the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And the house at 34 Fairview has a couple of different ways to get in the house in the front. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when you come into the house, where did you go within the house? What room did you go into?
The living room.
And then from the living room, where else did you go within the house?
Like the kitchen area.
And within the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
Is it possible there were other people there that you just don't recall?
Yes.
And where were they situated, sort of in the kitchen dining room area?
Like sitting around the kitchen table, I would say.
Now, after you arrived there, when you arrived there, what is it that they were doing when you walked in?
Just listening to music and having a couple of drinks.
And you come in, you greet people, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the other people that you talked about, as far as beyond your cousin Brian Albert Jr., did you know those other people?
I knew of them. I wasn't friends with them or anything.
Fair to say they were older than you were, is that correct?
Correct.
So, like Miss Levinson would have been older than you by at least a few years at that point.
Yes.
And same with reference to, I believe you said Miss Fabiano and Miss Duty, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrived at the house, did you have any other drinks once you got there?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, you drank once you got there?
Bud Light.
So same as you were having before?
Correct.
You know how many that you had while you were at 34 Fairview?
I do not remember.
And over the course of the evening, whether it was at Mike's house or in between, or when you got to 34 Fairview, did you feel yourself as far as like overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people that you observed at the house that night, does anybody stick out to you as being overly intoxicated or fall down drunk or anything like that?
No.
Now, with reference to when you came into the house, you mentioned music playing. How would you describe sort of the general mood within the house?
It was happy. It was, yeah.
Now, as far as that area where you first observed the people around the table in the kitchen dining room area when you came in, did you ever see anybody else go anywhere else in the house?
Not that I remember.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
Beyond maybe the restroom at some point?
Yeah. Other than that, no.
And about how long were you at your uncle's house that night to celebrate your cousin's birthday?
Probably around like an hour and a half.
And so about what time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
And with respect to your leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you contact to facilitate?
Rephrase.
Let me ask it in a much easier, better way. Okay. As far as your plans were concerned, as far as leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from the house?
My friend Allie McCabe.
And how did you reach out to her?
I texted her.
And do you recall whether or not you had any sort of other communication? Well, let me step back and ask it this way. At that point in time, in January of 2022, you had Ms. McCabe's information saved as a contact in your phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on prior occasions, had you had a chance to, call that number from your cell phone that you had programmed in as Allie McCabe?
Correct.
And when you called
Okay,
that number,
can you pause it real quick again?
Did you find it? This is pissing me off.
Miku found it.
Oh, who was it? Where is it?
I'm gonna put it up on screen right now. Hold on. Maybe if I can get my mouse to work.
It was Jill Daniels? I thought it might have been Jill Daniels.
Okay, hold on. So Brian Albert's attorney wrongly states that he never spoke on the phone with Jennifer McCabe, never met Michael Proctor, was planning to sell house since 2021.
That was during the trial.
I think this is before trial.
No, because that's where. Oh, did Krowski say? Because I know he said it in the trial. That was the first time I heard of it. That he says he had planned long before John died that he was going to sell it.
Hold on. It's got to be down here then.
I literally typed in wrong sister and Turtle Boy's page, and I'm going through like pages and pages and pages trying to find, because I remember those words specifically.
Oh, you did a search. Okay, let me see. It can't be that far. Was that the end of this one?
Okay. I see a thing from July 26, 2024, where he writes, Mary Teague, I guess that's how you say it, Teague, did what every girl growing up in Canton Cool Kids Club wants to do in life, married an Albert. Her classmate, Jennifer Weeks McCabe, couldn't even do that. She had to settle for Chubbs McCabe.
So it says, here is Michael Proctor's wife with Chris Albert's sister-in-law, Jill Daniels.
The one that was screaming outside that we saw.
Right. Who Chris Albert used to flirt with at D&E Pizza while making mediocre chicken parm sandwiches, and about who he told an employee, I married the wrong sister.
Yes.
So it was Chris Albert that married the wrong sister, and it was...
He married Julie and should have married Jillian?
Ew.
Ugh.
I don't think so at all, but... Okay.
Well, I'm glad we straightened that out.
Oh, God. So, okay, yes. I was like, I just remember the story. I just could not figure out who the players were. Okay,
that's exactly what I was remembering, because I remember wrong sister. So,
yep, I married the wrong sister.
Ew. No one should marry
Albert, the one we just watched testify, and the one that we're now Colin Albert.
She does not look like that. That's supposed to be Jill Daniels, and
we saw her already. We know she don't look like that.
And there's like more to it in terms of like that man. He's the boyfriend, and he's said to be the one that replaced the flooring in the basement at 34th area.
Daniels, who allegedly Brian Albert's side piece, and who is now so Brian Albert's side piece was Jill Daniels.
Ew, what is happening?
Hold on, let's see. Yeah. So the same Jill Daniels, who was allegedly Brian Albert's side piece and who is now dating Nick Marathos, I don't know how to say his last name,
gross.
Who specializes in removing basement floors.
Yes.
The same Jill Daniels who was a bridesmaid in the wedding of Michael Proctor's sister. It's absolutely incestuous. 100. I'm like, I can't remember. It was one of the brothers, should have slept with one of the sisters, or slept with one of the sisters, or wanted to be with one of the sisters. I just knew that I knew that story was there. I just could not put the right people into the right places. So, I mean, I guess it could have been right in that Brian Albert slept with somebody's sister, and it was a Daniels.
Gross.
What a mess. Okay, here, I'm going to take me back down. I'll put you back up.
Thank God.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, the webs.
Bug my brain forever.
Thank God it's not.
Now, with respect to text communications, had you had text communications with that contact in your phone as Allie McCabe prior to that date of January 28th?
Yes.
And
wait till y'all see this text.
When you had those conversations, did you then also have subsequent sort of in-person conversations with Allie McCabe as well?
Yes.
And during those in-person conversations, was there any reference or anything talked about content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
Let me ask it in a better. So you would have text communications with the person you put in as a contact as Allie McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And then subsequent to having those text communications.
Like this ding-a-ling don't get it. Like he's so confused. I mean, Lally's partially to blame, but this kid, like.
You would then speak to her either in person or over the phone, correct?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Watch the form of your questions.
Following those text communications with the person that you had input in your phone, what, if any, verbal conversations would you have in reference to the content of the text?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Did you talk to her in person about something you had talked to her about in text?
No.
Now,
he's like, dude, what the fuck?
With reference,
I think the truth lies with Berkowitz.
on
in his
that
grave.
specific date of January 28th.
Well, he's dead,
Had
so
you?
I hope not.
Yeah, it lies with him.
The only means by which you communicated with Allie McCabe.
From what I remember, yeah.
And were there other means by which you would typically communicate with her?
If she wasn't answering a text, I'd give her a call. Yeah.
And were there apps or anything like that on your phone that you would communicate with her as well?
Snapchat sometimes.
Now, with respect to Snapchat and your family, specifically your cousins, what, if any, sort of group Snapchat chains were there with respect to your family?
Yes.
And specifically, who were those sort of group Snapchat chains? Who was included within it?
I have a Snapchat group chat with my cousins.
And you have cousins on basically your father's side and your mother's side, correct?
Not on my mother's side, no.
You have no cousins on your mother's side?
No.
And with respect to the cousins on your father's side, would it be all of your cousins that were included within that?
Not all of them, no.
And so who of your cousins would be included on those kind of group Snapchat chains?
My older brother, Chris, my younger brother, Dylan, my cousin, Kevin, Brian, Brendan, Caitlin, Kayla, and I believe that is it.
And if you recall, was there any communication on that group Snapchat chain in regard to Brian Jr.'s birthday on that date of January 28th or 29th?
No, not that I remember.
Now, with respect, so you reach out to Ms. McCabe via text, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agrees to pick you up?
Yes.
And at some point, are you made aware that she's at the home?
Yes.
And how is it that she makes you aware that she's at the home?
I got a text message from her that says I'm here.
And at any point in time while you were in the home, did Ms. McCabe come inside the home?
No.
And so after you received that text message from Ms. McCabe, did you respond?
Yes.
And do you recall what you responded?
Come in.
And from that communication, after you sent that, about how long was it between the time that you sent that and the time that you came out?
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I'd say.
And when
It
you
always
came out of
bothered
the
me. Why
house,
didn't Allie go in the house?
Do you recall which door you came
It's
out?
her cousin's birthday too. Why doesn't she go in and wish him a happy birthday?
I have literally, no one has this answer. Her parents were in there. Her cousin was in there. Why didn't she go inside to wish her cousin a happy birthday? Say hi to her parents. Why didn't they go outside when they knew she was there? Why didn't she, like, the way they tell the story.
But she also drops him off and doesn't go inside. So even before, like, she doesn't go inside. She drops him off there and picks him up there. Doesn't go inside ever to say happy birthday to her cousin.
Does she drop him off?
That's what he just testified to.
Is that what he just said?
Uh-huh. Does she
Because
pick him
I
up from
thought-
Mike's?
So-
Actually, she picks him up from Mike's and takes him over there.
So they're not even together. She's doing whatever with her friends, and she goes and picks him up from his friend's house, drops him off.
Well, she's the designated driver. Remember they pick like somebody in their friend group is going to be the designated driver?
I'm with Miku. I don't know that that's true. I mean, I know he just said that, but I'm saying, well, I didn't hear him say it, but I believe you.
I'm pretty sure that we there's something in the text messages between them that confirms it later on, but you can't count on my memory sometimes. So, but I remember them saying that she was the designated driver of the group that night, and so she that's what she was doing. She was just out and about all night driving people around that were drinking.
Mm-hmm. And finding lost dogs and whatnot.
Well, and I remember saying that at the time, though. I was like, you know what? At least at this point, the seniors in high school have a designated driver, and the fucking adults that are all cops just drive around fucking drunk all night.
Yeah, but that's just what
That makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying the kid drinks. I don't know if she did or not. I'm just saying that's what I mean.
Right.
So. And Tristan,
I think the texts are fake. So that, I mean, Miku's headphones, that's a whole different conversation when we get into Allie McCabe. I think it's proven that they're fake by the look of them.
I just don't understand how that was acceptable. Like to have no metadata and like there's screenshots and they're clearly missing stuff. Like I don't know. I don't know how that was accepted. I see things entered into court that I don't understand how it's admissible evidence. It like baffles me.
Yeah, she was out stealing dogs. She was out stealing dogs that night. I wonder if the dog's name's Cora.
It was a bizarre story, Lacey, that was like had no place. Like it was just weird to have said. I still think there's something to it why it was brought up. But she mentions finding a dog, her and her friend, like earlier in the night, and they took it. Like they were taking it to the police station or something, then they brought it to the person's house. I don't know. It's just a weird story.
No, Sherry D, we don't hear about the birthday cake. We only hear about the birthday donuts that are left in the front seat of his car.
Do not get me started.
Ooh, did somebody steal a parrot?
A fake parent?
A fake parent?
Yeah, I don't know how this was admitted. Yeah, I don't know if the dog story was used to cover the other dog story. Like, I don't know, but there's something about it that has bothered me from the minute I heard her say it. It's like, why are you bringing this up? And some people think it was because, and you'll see when we watch her testimony, but some people think it was like to be like, oh, this sweet kid that's like the designated driver and like finding lost dogs. But I just don't know. Operated by a fish stick.
At that point?
The side door next to the garage.
And when you came out that door, who, if anyone, did you encounter as you were coming out?
As I was walking out, I saw my Uncle Brian and my Aunt Nicole.
Now, we've not heard from them this time, so we don't know. But he just said that as he was walking out of the house, which we'll learn here shortly, was apparently at like 12:10, between 12:10 and 12:11, basically. And he says, as he's walking out, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert are walking in.
And you were going out, and what were they doing?
They were coming in.
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And what, if any, exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going out and they were coming?
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you then went outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes.
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
In the driveway.
Now, do you recall what type of vehicle Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that time?
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had.
And was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of vehicle?
A sedan.
And so you come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
Lally, come
And,
on,
you
man.
get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat, passenger.
Like, what is all that? Like, what is all that? Like, what the people that are leaving the house when John's laying dead in the yard, supposedly, I get asking them this, but what on earth does it matter? John's not even there yet. If he left at 12:10, what does it matter what door he got in of the car? Like, he got in the trunk, Lally. They strapped him to the roof, Lally.
Passenger side, does that sound right?
Could have been that, yeah.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that you got it?
I do not remember that.
Do you recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Of course you don't.
Now, as far as the coming outside of the house, did you take note of anything as far as the weather or what was going on with that when you came outside?
Pretty sure it just started snowing at that time, around that time.
So the snow had just begun. Do you recall whether or not it was sticking or accumulating on the ground at that time?
I do not remember, no.
Now,
oh, and keep in mind, this trial, this first trial, everything happened at 12:10. Like, that was the time stamp that everyone knew. Colin got picked up at 12:10. So-and-so got home at 12:10. Like 12:10, 12:10, 12:10. Everybody said 12:10. It was repeated by almost every witness.
12:10. Yeah. Chris Albert got home at 12:10.
Yep.
We see him on video at 12:13.
Yep.
you get into the car and where did you go?
She drove me right home.
So no stops along the way, just straight from Fairview to your house.
Correct.
And about how long a period or how long a drive is it?
Anywhere between 5-10 minutes.
Oh,
Now, as you were outside of the house walking to the car, and after the car sort of backs out of the driveway and leaves, did you observe anything abnormal or unusual outside of your uncle's house that night?
No,
Did you observe any other cars outside at that time?
not that I remember.
Now, Allie has.
How long did he say the drive was?
5 minutes.
Okay. So the drive, it does say, is 4 to 5 minutes.
A mother and father, and you're familiar with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt.
Same last name as you gave.
Yes.
And are you familiar with what types of vehicles they have?
Yes.
And when you came out of the house and got into Allie's Ford sedan, did you see any vehicle you would associate with either Jennifer or Matthew McCabe at the house at that time?
No.
And so you drive home and you go to your house without the address. Whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Canton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that a single-family house or a multi-family house? What is
It is a condominium.
it? And when Mr. McCabe pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, is there, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of stairs, and then we're at the top level in the condominium.
And so you have to get sort of into the building before you can get into your own unit.
Correct.
And did you notice whether or not Mr. McCabe was still there as you were, excuse me, did you notice whether or not Mr. McCabe was still out there parked when you opened the door with the key?
That I do not remember.
And you get into the condo, where you get into your home, and who, if anyone, was living with you at that time?
My parents and my little brother
Your older brother, where was he?
in San Diego.
He was in.
Okay, I have to
Correct.
go get him ready for football.
And,
So
as far
I'll
as your
join
brother, your
chat,
little brother,
and then
and, your
whenever
father
you're ready to
and
end,
mother, home
I'll just come up and do it.
Okay. How long is football?
Well, it depends because it's playoffs. So the beginning of it, I'm just going to take him, and then he has to warm up. So first game's at 4:45. If they win, next game's at 5:35.
So 7:45 my time. So an hour from now.
Indiana girl says we're never leaving. Yeah, he has to be there at 4:15
Okay.
to warm up for a half hour. So, but I mean, like I said, I'll come back and chat as soon as I get him ready and I get settled over there at the school. Then hashtag mom life.
Okay.
Okay.
Donald?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because I remember my parents being up in their bedroom that night.
Is there any sort of rule or sort of, for lack of a better term, a protocol as far as when you come home, where do you go sort of first thing when you?
Is there any kind of rule or protocol, like when you come home late and drunk, where you got to go kiss your mommy?
Walking.
I always tell my mom and my dad that I'm home, and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
But I will say, I do believe it, because even when I was like older than him, my mom, like if my mom comes to stay here at my house, and I go out and do something or something, and when I come back, she's like asleep, I have to wake her up. Like she just wants to know that I'm home. I don't know what the Elm Street reference is. Is that where she found the dog?
And did you do that on that occasion?
Yes.
So sort of immediately when you come home, you go right up to your parents' room?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room on that particular evening, was both your mother and your father in their room?
Correct.
And you had that sort of exchange that you described before?
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came into the house?
I want to say around 12:20.
And fair to say this is 2.5 years ago and you weren't exactly looking at your watch when you came in, is that right?
Exactly. Yes.
And as far as being home or having that curfew around midnight or so, did you get in trouble for being late that night?
No.
I'll sustain the objection and strike that.
Now, Mr. Albert, the place that you were living at that point in the condo, how long had you been living there?
That I do not remember.
Did you live somewhere else in Canton prior to?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived?
7 Meadows Ave.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
My whole entire life before moving to that condo.
And so all I'm sort of trying to ascertain here. So from the time of January 28, 29, 2022, was it a long time, short time, months, weeks, years? How long have you been living at the condo?
Short time, I'd say a couple months.
And so prior to that couple months, you had lived your whole life at Seven Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
And that was a single family house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to living on Meadows Ave, did you know people that lived on your street growing up?
Yes.
And at some point while you were living there, did you come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. O'Keefe?
He lived at the top of our street.
So how many houses, if you know, were sort of in between your house and Mr. O'Keefe's?
2.
And do you know how long that Mr. O'Keefe had been living on that street?
I do not know.
And how did you know him, sort of, if you could describe sort of your relationship with your neighbor, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew him because I knew that my parents were friendly with him. So and I knew he lived at the top of our street. That's how I knew him.
And were you aware who, if anyone, lived at the house with Mr. O'Keefe?
I know his 2 kids that he brought in, adopted, lived there, and I'm not sure who else.
And that would have been his niece and his nephew that he adopted, correct?
Correct.
And where were they in relation to you as far as age?
A lot younger. I don't know the exact age difference, but
So you were in high school, they would have been some grade far below.
yes.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor, about how often would it be that you would see him?
Not often. I drive by every now and then. He'd be outside and I would wave. He'd wave back. That was pretty much it.
And during the time that you lived on Meadows Ave, or a couple months subsequent to that, is there ever any animosity or any sort of arguments or anything that you would ever had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
And how would you describe Mr. O'Keefe from your perspective, as far as how would you describe him as a person?
A nice guy, a good guy.
Now, with respect to, if I could bring you back to Fairview Road on January 28th and 29th of 2022, obviously you were familiar with Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
At any point in time that you were outside the home, going in, coming out, at any point in time did you see Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anyway?
No.
And at that time, end of January 2022, were you aware of, or did you know anybody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew that she dated Mr. O'Keefe.
And had you had any sort of prior interactions with Ms. Reed prior to January 28th?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you know what she looked like?
Not really.
As far as any interactions, would that be just sort of driving by the house?
Yeah. Maybe drive by, wave. That was about it.
Now, as far as that sort of reaching out to Ms. McCabe on that particular evening, was that something that you had done before?
Yeah.
Is that something that sort of you and your friend group did together, as far as if somebody was out and driving around and somebody else was maybe drinking somewhere, they could contact them for a ride?
Yes, correct.
That was as opposed to somebody drinking and then getting behind the wheel and driving, correct?
Exactly.
Now, sir, at some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th, 29th?
Say the date again.
At some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
And following that conversation or interview that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
What date did he just say?
And
yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them with any troopers from the state police? At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
To meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 2023, did you have? At some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th, 29th?
Say the date again.
At some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January.
Okay, yeah, you did. You met with them You met with Michael Proctor and Zachary Clark on July 18th of 2023.
January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
And following that conversation or interview that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
At some point, did you provide them with a screenshot of a text communication between yourself and Ms. McCabe?
So, like, why didn't they dump his phone? So a year and a half later, he still had a screenshot with Allie. Why didn't they just dump his phone?
Yes.
And was that something that you took a screenshot on your own phone and then were able to then provide it to them?
Correct.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
So showing you the document, it's actually look at it and then look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
My text messages between Allie that night.
And what's contained on that, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you recall as far as the text messages, or what was on your phone as far as what you took a screenshot of the text messages between you and Allie McCabe that night?
Yes, sir.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, 1 moment.
Sure.
No objection. Thank
All
you.
right. And jurors, remember the instruction I gave you about the text messages. Thank you. Okay.
Exhibit 84.
Sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 84?
Yes.
And the contact that's listed at the top states out, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how you had Mr. Cage?
Look at his screenshot. This is how he like confirmed his alibi.
Programmed into your phone.
Correct.
And from this, there's two sets of communications, one contained in blue bubbles and one contained in non-blue bubbles, correct?
Yes.
If you know the blue bubbles, is that you or is that Mr. Cave or who's?
That's me.
So the other side would be Mr. Cave, is that correct?
Correct.
There's also times that are stamped or associated with these text bubbles and with text communications, Mr. Cave.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention, it may be easier if you're looking at the paper in front of you, but just sort of starting from the top, January 28, 2022, if you could read to the jury what the content is, what the time is, and indicate who is communicating.
At 11:54, I texted Allie and said, "You can get me now, period." At 11:54, I texted her again and said, "If easier." At 11:55, Allie texted me back and said, "Okay, I am driving people home now." At 11:55, I said, "Word." And then at 11:55, I said, "Get me after." At 11:55, Allie wrote back, "KK." And then at 12:10 a.m., Allie wrote, "Here." And at 12:10 a.m., I wrote back, "Okay."
Now, sir, with respect to that last communication that you sent as far as okay, how long after that message was sent did you then go out to the car where Allie was?
Right after, I'd say around 30 seconds.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as Exhibits 82 and 83. Again, I just asked you to take a look at those and look up at you. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yep.
And what do you recognize those?
What
is in those pictures?
A picture of me and my aunt and a picture of me by myself.
And do you recall sort of when those photographs were taken?
Yes, February 11th.
And why is it that you recall that? Well, let me ask you this. As far as February 11th was concerned, where were you that day?
I was at my uncle's house.
And why were you at your uncle's house on that?
My cousin was coming home for leave from the Marine Corps, so we had a little gathering for him.
And just to be clear, when you say your uncle, you're talking about your Uncle Brian Albert again?
Correct.
Your cousin that was coming home from the Marines, what's his name?
Jack Albert.
And so on that evening, you were over that house, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first picture in exhibit, I believe it's 82, is that correct? You and your aunt Nicole?
Correct.
And what's contained on there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what you look like as far as your arms, your hands, your face, all of those things on that date of February 11th?
Correct.
And second photograph is again you by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And from that photograph again, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you look like?
We are like seconds away from cross-examination.
On February 11th?
Yes.
And from the second photograph in, if you know, where was that taken within the home of your uncle?
In the library at 34 Fairview.
And again, that library or any of the other rooms within the house beyond the kitchen, the dining room, or possibly the restroom, did you go into any other areas of the house on that night of January 28th into January 29th?
No.
May I approach this retreat room?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Albert, just one last question. When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road on the evening of, or the early morning of January 29th, when you were leaving, beyond your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, did
No.
May I approach this
Listen to this dummy's question.
retreat room?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Albert, just one last question. When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road
When it came to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road,
on the evening of, or the early morning of January 29th, when you were leaving,
when you were leaving,
beyond your
Oh my
Uncle Brian
God.
and your Aunt Nicole, did you see anybody else older than yourself or anybody else related to that group come into the house that evening?
No.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
Here we
Mr. Jackson, do you want to begin or wait until the morning?
It probably makes more sense to wait till tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, we don't have to wait till tomorrow morning, folks.
Mr. Albert, who did you
Look at his sweater today. This is Cross, and it's Alan Jackson.
talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Oh,
Who
wait,
did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
Phrase the question starting yesterday. Who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not an
Oh,
okay.
we're
It's
all
yes or
too
no.
great
Yes.
for it.
Okay. You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago. I'd say.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
But you remember everything that happened years ago.
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
He didn't care.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson.
yes.
Who else?
And
The witness advocate.
and
Memory of a
is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, Tully.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case?
How you like him so far, Lacey?
Online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
But he said he didn't start caring about this case until people started writing about him online.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here. The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No. No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand. There might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with a cop.
Objection. Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10
Exactly.
a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Or let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just.
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You would categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting?
No.
About this massive murder case.
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Stand on relevancy, ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. Looked a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we were more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach? Okay. Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the photos. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
No, we can get that, but we'll answer that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close,
you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was
Mhm.
10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for the most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. You got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line
18 and 19 of that transcript? Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor. That's what that question was about, that you just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says that you testified.
Oh my God.
Question, how long
Objection.
did the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that
Dumb as a
10-minute
brick.
conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure.
He has lost
Was he being
his
mean?
calls.
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
You hear what he said?
Professional. Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
What's he being mean?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah. Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly and cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
He was a junior at Bridgewater State.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How was he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place for those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you were put under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part
So I believe this would be the federal grand jury.
of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're gonna grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're gonna text him, probably not call
Either or.
him. Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
I don't call nobody.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact,
yes, Joe.
When you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, please place Exhibit 81 on the screen.
Okay.
You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
So something funny. He was at Mikey's house prior to going here, prior to going to 34 Fairview. And I just find it interesting that like the last conversation they have before he says you can get me now is apparently some other time at 12:17 in the morning when he's saying Mikey's making me shotgun. Like it almost seems like when they made this or whatever, they like fucked up how it was supposed to be.
Yes. And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier. And then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off. And there was an exchange back and forth. Is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says, okay.
Damn it, I was muted. This is Allie's screenshot. Just saying.
Okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, we can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month Just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Alan McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone, right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we're just looking at and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay. So it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay. That's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if you could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that
That's the theory, Lacey.
on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buchnick, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that You told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buknik agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving.
Pretty sure Chris gave Coffendorfer the screenshot before trial too. Does anybody else remember that?
You certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buknik a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Could you maybe not remember because maybe somebody created it?
Do you remember anything about this case? But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. To this day, you've never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
So they couldn't see the rest of my phone, maybe?
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Yeah. Mr. Lally showed you that photo?
Correct.
And he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing. Right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month.
Doesn't it seem like
Less
we're
than a
going
month after the
fast?
incident.
Doesn't it seem like it's sped up? It's definitely not sped up on my end.
You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Then I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification. Of course,
Fenway Johnny's, bring it up.
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
May I publish the
Put it into evidence first.
move for the admission of just EE?
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
I'm sorry, just FF? May I approach?
Yes.
It acted like it was going
You
to
see that photograph?
too, but then it didn't. That's
That's,
why I had to water
being
the
displayed?
grass.
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
It's
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone.
Oh, this is
In
going
other
to
words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo is completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can lights up.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You fell your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top four knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this. So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos.
Okay, so the jury got sent out of the courtroom, and now we're going to bring up these videos. Okay.
And then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay.
She asked him if he has a lawyer present.
All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
Separated.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay.
The first one's called advantage.
Thank you. All right, so play GG first, please.
Yes, sir.
Yo, your Avengers boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay, and the next one, please.
This one's called Bang Bang.
Okay, and the next one, please.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the Advantage Boys and one the Bang Bang video. Purposes of
My embarrassment is through the roof. Like, I have to be blushing. How he's not, his whole face is not red, I have no idea.
questioning Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the
This lady's embarrassed.
the Advantage Boys video. Did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
I don't remember. Where.
So your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, correct?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No.
It was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it.
I'm not
Someone
going to do
did. Walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up and objecting.
Were you threatening
Oh my God.
Advantage Boys guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said,
Oh my God.
fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure. Like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here.
Mhm.
Right?
Oh my God.
Yep.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course.
What's
When
in the
was the
matter?
second one the bang bang threat made? Before or after the Advantage Boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay.
Really,
you
sir?
changed your shirt on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify.
Oh dear.
And you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
No.
Do not remember.
Oh, did you slip again?
July 27th, 2023.
Oh, the summer.
Do you
No ice.
remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
So this is again the Fed grand jury.
Yes.
You remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's a statement.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor.
Well, if they asked him
You
about
were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Bates just picking lint off of his jacket?
You claim that was by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Bastard.
Correct.
Lying like a motherfucker.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second, ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Yeah, jury doesn't come back till almost when we're at the end, and the videos do get played for them.
Correct.
You said, it must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times did you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out?
It is
That's
Master
another fair
Bates.
question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again.
Oh my God.
You're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not sure.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Like, do we have to hear Lally? Like, what is Lally gonna say? You're just a kid, right? I mean, you're just messing around, right?
Mr. Albert, when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
He was older than that.
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January 2022, correct?
Yeah.
Nah.
And as far as within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year?
Correct.
And relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
Who or what is an advantage boy?
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
Oh, they're
So this
picking
was
on
sort of
you?
back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what their names were or anything like that?
Not at all.
And were there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on screen?
Never.
I have nothing for you.
Okay.
Very briefly. You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school, but you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school. Correct?
Maybe I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Exactly. So right now here, you're trying to make it look like it was years before John died.
Correct.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the.
Bye. See you in a bit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
he's not gone yet. He walks slow.
Oh, okay.
Is he gone?
Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that back room.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true.
Oh, so is she saying that the kid does have violent tendencies?
In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood.
Really?
Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, and your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police
Because John was beat to death? Maybe?
should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third-party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to both, but yes, it also goes to our third-party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have.
So yeah, Lacey, in this one, she did let them do like third party culprit with Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert. This trial, she's not letting them do Colin, only Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
Or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance
It definitely worked that way, though, Lally, when you opened the door with the harassment
whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
All right.
May I begin briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence, present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay. So may I have those two flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking them. All right. So I will, why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
All right.
Like, I don't want to. All right, this is about to be in front of the jury now.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at a video. It's been marked for Sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, your Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another video at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath?
Correct.
Same oath that you took here?
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm going to fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm going to beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm going to fuck you up, I'm going to beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
We'll see about that, sir.
Could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
You're a bitch, bro. Fuck you. Fuck you, pussy. Let's go, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro. Right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah. More of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
Who's
What
KO
does
mean?
bang, bang mean?
Who's bang bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
He's not
We're
sure.
just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
It felt good. It felt natural.
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fists and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio. Yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form. Yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Robert.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on.
So Lally didn't have a conversation with him about him being sequestered, that he couldn't talk to other witnesses while the trial was happening?
Cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any evidence, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct? Correct. And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5-6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young were you?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11.
Do you guys want to finish the redirect, or do you want, there's no recross, but do you want to finish the redirect, or do you want me to pull up the article from after he testified here, where Turtle Boy asked people to send in videos of him fighting? I have the one with the ginger, but I know there was another one too, like in a bathroom. I think a bathroom at school or something. I have to find that. Oh, we can do both.
11, 13 years old.
And whereabout, or what was the context in which you would see him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you come into contact with him?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as the wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
I have some questions about the text messages that were up on screen yesterday and up on screen today, as far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that?
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period, sort of.
Yep.
That period of sort of January 28th until February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination when I was asking you questions, those are photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hands, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
Was something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so. Yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
I found the other one, the bathroom one.
Only though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16. I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An Advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
Did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey?
Nope.
At any point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, right?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lives a couple doors down, you ever threatened John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threatened you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you would not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. You expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year it started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time?
Lacey, the videos are of the people, like people sent Turtle Boy the videos of him fighting. So they're actually of him fighting.
Never.
Okay. All right, Robert, you also.
So he's done. All right, now. I wanted to make sure I wasn't muted. So I had to pull one up on YouTube. Present. Okay. So this is Turtle Boy's article. He says, Colin Albert testified in the Karen Reed trial that he has never been in a fight with anyone but his own brothers. That proved to be false when we found a video of him fighting in August of 2021, just a few months before John O'Keefe was killed. But as it turns out, it was far from the only fight Colin has been involved in. Okay, so this one here, what does he call him? He calls him This fight is with he's his comments here on these screenshots. I think he calls them like the ginger ninja, but they say it like ginger, the ginger ninja. So this is, I don't think there's any sound. Yeah, there's no sound. So this one's Colin. Let me make it bigger. All right, this is Colin. Okay. So he says, but as it turns out, it was far from the only fight Colin has been involved in. During his sophomore year at Canton High School, he got into a fight in the locker room with another kid in which he once again connected on 0 punches. I have to share a different screen because I had to pull it up on YouTube. It's like age restricted, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So obviously he's saying that's Colin. Oh, God. Okay. And there's one more. So it says during Colin's freshman year, 357. During Colin's freshman year, he decided to pick a fight with a much bigger kid on the football team. As you can see in the video, the bigger kid clearly didn't want to hurt Colin, so he basically throws his weight into him and lets Colin try to get some jabs in. This here is Colin. Face. Never been in a fight in his life.
Panda. Holding his arm. It's a Kung Fu Panda. Holding his arm.
That's not nice. He tried his best. Colin Albert might not be the best fighter in the world, but he definitely lied under oath about never being in a fight. For a bunch of people who have nothing to hide, these people sure feel the need to lie about a lot of harmless little things that wouldn't get them in trouble. Imagine the kind of lies they'd tell if they killed someone and didn't want to go to jail. Yes, you did miss the one with The kid in the flip-flops. The Ginger Ninja. What is that? What is that? A hat, maybe? I mean, he clearly relies on his right hand. Boring. So, yeah. That's it. I don't know, Joe. But all right, we gotta end this, Teresa. All right, we did today's trial. We did Chris's testimony from the first trial, and we did Colin's testimony from the first trial. I think we did a lot today. Oh, thanks, ATS.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, I'm on camera. Hi. We're at football.
It's beautiful and still sunny.
It's hot too.
I'm jealous.
So you just left it on like the best thing. You said that he clearly relies on his right hand.
Yeah,
and I couldn't. Come on. I couldn't let that go.
Oh, Teresa. How dare you?
I didn't say it. You did.
It's not hard to say things that.
It's not hard. You're right.
Oh, Teresa. End the freaking stream.
Cut the stream. All right, everybody. We love you. Go enjoy the rest of your Friday. Have an amazing weekend. We'll be back Monday for what day will it be? Shit, day 18. Dang, day 18 in the case of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed and her retrial. Sleuthie, I love you. Thank you for hanging out and doing all of this today. You're amazeballs. But go have a good weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Well, I'll talk
Love
to
you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.